为什么共和党对中国如此着迷？纽约时报评论版。据彼得·贝纳特在纽约时报上的文章称，共和党将中国视为美国的主要威胁，这是根植于长期保守传统的。贝纳特认为，共和党对中国的关注源于一种历史上的精神父权主义，这种传统延续到了现代。在冷战期间，领先的共和党人将中国视为真正的威胁，而不是他们认为是分散注意力的欧洲。那个时期最有影响力的共和党人中，许多人要么是美国在华传教士的子女，要么曾经担任过传教士。这段历史有助于解释为什么普通共和党人比民主党人更重视来自北京的危险。贝纳特认为，如今的共和党人将中国视为一种文明威胁，尤其是在种族方面。该党的基础选民，包括白人福音派，对中国政府怀有强烈的敌意。这种对中国的关注使许多人将共和党人称为孤立主义者，然而贝纳特认为他们实际上是亚洲优先主义者。共和党回归亚洲优先主义是有问题的，因为该党内部的许多人认为中国的崛起对白人基督教权利构成威胁。是时候与普京进行谈判了吗？纽约时报评论版。这一集的观点之争讨论了乌克兰持续不断的战争，以及美国应该在其中扮演的角色。主持人还讨论了为什么共和党似乎更感兴趣入侵墨西哥而不是保卫乌克兰。他们还带我们回到了一个充满魔法师和NPV Rats 的神奇国度。这是西蒙·拜尔斯最大胆的动作，你也可以做到。纽约时报评论版。西蒙娜·拜尔斯 Simone Biles 选择将自己的安全和福祉置于虐待和有毒的体育体系的要求之上，重新定义了体育胜利。这是前竞技体操运动员拉里·纳萨性侵案的举报人拉赫尔·登霍兰德 Rachel Dan Hollander 的观点。登霍兰德认为，像拜尔斯这样面临巨大压力，被迫按照别人的要求表现的运动员，激励我们重新定义胜利，并意识到我们的价值不是由成就来决定的。拜尔斯因为扭转症而选择退出比赛的勇敢决定，使他的胜利对粉丝们来说更有意义和鼓舞作用。患有禽流感的猫，威胁越来越大。纽约时报评论版。全球 H5N1 禽流感疫情已经摧毁了野生鸟类和家禽，并不断传播到哺乳动物，使其离潜在的人类疫情更近了一步。关于芬兰毛皮农场失控的 H5N1 疫情，或波兰家猫中神秘爆发的疫情，做得还不够。芬兰是欧洲最大的毛皮生产国之一，正在与圈养的水貂、狐狸和浣熊犬之间的疫情做斗争。科学家警告说，这些物种已被确定更有可能进化出一种可以感染人类的变种，导致人类爆发。与此同时，官员们表示，今年夏天波兰宠物猫中爆发的 H5N1 爆发了至少29只动物，尽管猫主人已经编制了多达89只患病动物的名单。科学家和猫主人怀疑猫粮。这两种选择中的任何一种都令人震惊，我们仍然缺乏关于所有这些地理上分开的猫如何感染 H5N1 的答案。需要在食物链上下进行广泛的测试，以确定实际来源。这种毛皮物种极易感染许多人类呼吸道疾病，而不仅仅是 H5N1。偿还欧洲和美国的毛皮养殖者可能比应对人类爆发更便宜，特别是因为该行业已经自然萎缩。马克梅多斯是对第二个特朗普任期的警告。纽约时报评论版。前白宫幕僚长马克梅多斯于周一作证，试图将对他的前上司唐纳德特朗普和共同被告的乔治亚州敲诈勒索案移交至联邦法院。在证人席上，梅多斯表示，他认为自己在2020年选举中的行动符合他作为联邦官员的职责范围。法院将决定他在此事和其他事项上的法律命运。如果被判有罪并判处监禁，梅多斯将成为第二位入狱的白宫幕僚长。从以往的幕僚长标准来看，梅多斯是一个独特危险的失败者，他体现了对第二个特朗普任期潜在危险的警示。从历史上看，白宫幕僚长是许多角色：总统的门卫、知己、信息的诚实中介者，以及负责执行总统议程的人。但幕僚长最重要的职责是告诉总统真相。正是梅多斯未能告诉总统他不愿听到的事实，导致了国家最大的政治丑闻，以及他自己的迅速垮台。G7 成为强者。外交政策。 由美国、加拿大、法国、德国、意大利、日本和英国组成的七国集团，在俄罗斯入侵乌克兰和中国挑战自由国际秩序之后，成为一个充满活力的联盟。七国集团处于捍卫民主社会和基于规则的国际秩序的全球努力的政治中心。它的作用是促进主要民主利益攸关方之间的团结和协调政策，建立联盟，并塑造全球叙事。在一个四分五裂的世界中，七国集团在保护和推进自由民主方面的作用越来越受欢迎。在一个拥有最大联盟的一方将在改写贸易、技术、金融、安全、能源和环境规则方面占上风的世界中，七国集团建立联盟的能力至关重要。七国集团为民主国家提供了一个平台，以加强安全合作，并与全球南方的摇摆国接触。七国集团最成功的是作为一个包容性俱乐部运作，利用其在亚洲、欧洲和北美的三边网络，建立符合民主国家共同体长期利益的联盟。中国作为一个系统性竞争对手的崛起，强化了 G7 作为中国与其民主对手之间地缘政治竞争中协调实体的重要性。在今天的国际象棋游戏中， G7 通过协调行动和将玩家添加到他们的团队中，为世界民主国家提供了优势。在他们的高马上，太多自由派对奥利弗、安东尼不屑一顾。纽约时报评论版，纽约时报发表了一篇评论，赞扬乡村歌手奥利弗、安东尼最近的歌曲《李士满以北的富人》。这首歌批评富人利用蓝领工人。文章批评左派不支持安东尼，反而将他贴上右翼宣传的标签。这篇评论认为两党都应对工人阶级的困境负责，并呼吁左派对这些工人表现更多同情。文章还提到，劳工统计局发现，自1969年以来，蓝领工人的工资没有增长，而 CEO 的薪水却飙升。评论以此结论，为了实现更进步的议程，左派需要尊重和支持工人阶级美国人。我如何克服对触摸的恐惧，重新学会拥抱？华盛顿邮报评论版，诗人和散文家罗斯·盖伊讨论了新冠疫情后拥抱的回归。他描述了拥抱背后的喜悦和意义，回忆起他第一次拥抱他的亲近之人的时刻，以及这对他产生的影响。盖伊指出，在疫情期间被剥夺了拥抱的经历，使得拥抱变得更加令人愉悦，并表达了他再也不想害怕触摸他所爱的人的愿望。他回忆了最近在杂货店遇到的一位前校长，这位校长用一次有意义的拥抱了他，凸显了人际关系的重要性。复兴美国逐渐衰落的城市并非不可能。纽约时报评论版，拜登政府将基于地理位置的政策作为其产业议程的重要组成部分，旨在振兴美国各地的困境城市、小镇和村庄。然而，目前在地理上分配财富的努力力度不足，缺乏资金阻碍了这些政策的实施。例如，虽然在5年内为区域技术和创新中心授权了100亿美元，但今年财政年度只拨款5亿美元。经济力量在少数成功的都市地区集中，这是聚集效应的结果，进一步复杂化了重新平衡经济力量的努力。特别是人工智能领域的工作机会集中在仅有的6个都市地区。需要明确基于地理位置的政策的理论基础，区分将有潜力的城市打造成创新中心和在缺乏先决条件的地区创造机会。目标是提升贫困人口的生活水平，并增加国家的生产能力。尽管这些政策可能成本高昂且需要谨慎实施，但它们有潜力使每个人受益，并促进经济发展的地理多样性。减少空气污染的浮士德式交易。纽约时报评论版，碳排放和气溶胶污染之间复杂的关系正在塑造着气候的未来。碳排放导致全球变暖，而气溶胶通过反射阳光而有助于降温。然而，减少碳排放将加速变暖，而减少气溶胶污染也将导致变暖。如果污染问题得到比碳排放更积极的解决，效果将不会互相抵消。事实上，在未来几十年内，气溶胶减少可能比碳排放导致更多的变暖。气溶胶的减少将对地区产生重大影响。某些地区将经历更极端的天气事件，如极热天气、大雨和连续干燥天气。人口最多的地区，也是气溶胶浓度最高的地区，将受到最大影响。 像印度这样的地方，历史上的变暖速度比世界其他地区慢，可能会突然经历更快的变暖。气溶胶对气候的影响经常被忽视，但它是一个需要考虑的重要因素。当考虑气候的未来时，印度可以从更大的金砖国家受益。外交政策。根据外交政策的报道，印度有望从金砖国家组织的扩大中获益。据称，一个更大的金砖国家组织现在将包括阿根廷、埃及、埃塞俄比亚、沙特阿拉伯和阿拉伯联合酋长国，对印度有利。这个组织被视为对印度重要，因为它支持全球南方的事业，并为多极化做出贡献，这是新德里的2个外交政策重点。此外，新成员并不坚决反对西方，这意味着金砖国家组织不能被描述为反西方的集团。此外，新成员中有一半是印度的重要合作伙伴，埃及、沙特阿拉伯和阿拉伯联合酋长国。重要的是，大部分新增成员位于中东地区，这是印度参与的一个不断增长的领域，因为涉及到能源和贸易利益。然而，需要注意的是，如果加入的新成员对印度不利，金砖国家组织的扩大在未来可能对印度构成挑战。日本的 GDP 增长是真实的，但也很脆弱。外交政策。2022年第2季度，日本经济以年化 6% 的增长率增长，超过经济学家的预期，成为表现最佳的主要经济体。然而，这种强劲增长部分是由于技术因素，如 COVID-19 疫情后的反弹，而不是基本面的转变。尽管如此，日本经济仍有积极的迹象，包括出口繁荣和进口下降，部分原因是成千上万外国游客的到来。疲软的日元、良好的基础设施和低劳动力成本也使日本成为日本和外国公司的有吸引力的投资目的地。尽管有这些积极的发展，日本经济面临潜在的挑战。较低的消费支出被认为是一个弱点，尽管消费者信心正在上升，工资增长正在赶上物价上涨。另一个挑战是需要开放日本的劳动力市场，该市场仍然以终身雇佣为主导。此外，中国经济停滞对日本出口的潜在影响，以及围绕台湾的军事冲突风险，对日本经济增长构成风险。然而，如果能够克服这些挑战，日本经济的前景是光明的。政府的高增长政策为日本提供了在世界经济中提升地位的机会。联合国维和行动如何无意中助长了非洲的政变？外交政策。最近尼日尔的政变凸显了维和任务在导致派遣国政治不稳定和政变倾向方面的作用。像尼日尔这样的国家越来越依赖维和任务作为收入来源，并在维和角色方面经历了指数级增长。国际社会为这些国家提供了大量资金和支持，以加强其军事力量并增强安全。然而，维和任务对派遣国的影响备受争议。一些人认为，维和任务可能产生积极影响，例如将派遣国社会化为人权规范，并激励其遵守法治。其他人则认为，维和任务可能巩固威权统治，并导致脆弱民主国家发生政变倾向。国际社会一直不愿批评维和人员或对其实施制裁，即使他们参与严重侵犯人权或民主倒退的行为。联合国和其他利益相关者应考虑采取行动，防止维和资金和资源被滥用。这可能包括对违反组织规范的维和人员进行更严格的审查、监督和制裁。此外，富裕的民主国家应自己派遣更多的军队，而不是依赖最近发生政变的国家。难以理解电视对话，加入我们吧。纽约时报评论版。纽约时报刊登了一篇文章，让读者有机会回应该报纸的什么有办法改善电视声音。译文，该文调查了流媒体声音质量差的原因。来自马萨诸塞州的读者迈克尔·斯皮尔曼回应了这篇文章，他表示自己已经使用了一段时间的闭路字幕。他提到，他这样做不仅是因为流媒体服务的声音质量差，还因为英国制作的节目，比如 PBS 上的节目，经常使用很多俚语和难以理解的方言。然而，斯皮尔曼指出，像 Netflix 这样的一些流媒体服务的闭路字幕并不是很有帮助。它们经常出现的太早或太晚，有时候闪现的太快，无法读完整个对话。谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道， 分析简报，更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
I think everybody who's tuning in today has been reading the news and watching reports of China's economic slowdown and the challenges the Chinese economy faces. And it's really reached a fever pitch in the media. And commentators in think tanks, universities, banks are all weighing in, trying to help us understand. But there is a lot of noise out there. And the purpose of today's program is to break through that noise and really understand where there is a consensus about the reasons for China's economic trajectory, where there are differences, what are the guideposts that can help us continue to observe the Chinese economy as it moves forward, and finally, what does it mean for the United States and the rest of the world? Jude, who I will pass the baton to in a little while, we are joined today by 4 fantastic experts who really understand how the Chinese economy works. I'm going to briefly introduce the 4 of them, and then we'll begin the questioning of our guests. All of you watching can go to the webpage for this event and submit your questions. We'll then get to those in the latter half of the program. And so we want all of you there to participate with us today. So let me first introduce our guests. Zoe Liu is the Maurice R. Greenberg Fellow for China Studies at the Council on Foreign Relations. Her work focuses on international political economy, global financial markets, sovereign wealth funds, supply chains of critical minerals, development finance, emerging markets, energy, climate change, and East Asia, Middle East relations. There's almost nothing that she doesn't know extremely well. And she is the author of a recent book, Sovereign Funds, How the Communist Party of China Finances Its Global Ambitions. Logan Wright is Director of China Markets Research at the Rhodium Group, where he focuses on the impact of credit expansion on the Chinese financial system, Chinese exchange rate policies, and the influence of the country on global currency and capital markets. He's also a non-resident senior associate with the trustee chair here at CSIS, and he's the author of the recent report that we issued, Grasping Shadows, which came out just a couple months ago. It's the best retelling of China's effort to get its financial risks under control over the last 5 to 6 years. Ling Wei is the chief China correspondent for the Wall Street Journal and co-author of Superpower Showdown, which is one of the best books out there about U.S.-China relations in the last decade. She covers China's political economy, focusing on the intersection of business and politics. She has an MA in journalism from NYU. She originally started covering the U.S. real estate sector. She's won many awards for her China coverage. In 2021, she was among a team of reporters and editors whose work was a Pulitzer Prize finalist. Finally, Nick Lardy is a non-resident senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics and an expert on the Chinese economy. He was the Institute's Anthony M. Solomon Senior Fellow from 2010 to 2021. He had joined Peterson Institute in 2003 after being at the Brookings Institution for 8 years, previously at the University of Washington, where he was director of the Henry M. Jackson School of International Studies. And we are all students of Nick. He's written some of the most important books on China's economy, from agriculture to its WTO entry, to its banking system, to how China responded to global financial crisis, and recently a book about support for state-owned enterprises. So thank you all for being with us today. So let me get the questions started. And I'm going to first actually start with Nick Lardy. So Nick, I know that you've been watching the news and the reports about China's economic slowdown and this discussion of quote unquote structural factors slowing things down. You seem to be a little bit skeptical about a lot of the reporting, and so wanted to just let you begin sort of giving your case for why we ought to be careful with the numbers and analysis that we've been seeing. So let me turn things over to you.
Well, let me start with some of the positive signs. One is the fact that wages and disposable income in the first half of this year have grown relatively rapidly, way over 6%, wages almost 7%. Disposable income growth is growing much more rapidly than it did last year, 5.4% in urban areas, 7.8% in rural areas. So incomes are rising. I think there is a question about confidence, but I think if that kind of income growth continues, confidence will improve. Secondly, consumption growth is actually accelerating. It grew 8.4% in the first half. That's way faster than the growth of nominal GDP. And the third positive thing is that the savings rate is falling. That is clearly demonstrated by the fact that consumption is growing much more rapidly than disposable income. And the only way that can happen is if people's savings are going down. There's a very strong interaction around these three things. If wages are growing and the savings rate is falling, then consumption is sure to keep down. There are no guarantees this will continue, but compared to where we were in the pandemic, it looks like a turning point, or what could be a turning point. We'll know in a few more quarters. Now, let me just say something about some of the evidence that I regard as not so valid, or shall I even say somewhat dubious. Some people have pointed to the fact that there was a very large flow of household money into the banking system in the form of bank deposits, and have argued that this is because of uncertainty. People are shifting to liquid assets. They're worried about the intervention of the party, and so forth. I think this is mostly due to lockdowns, and we can see the reason I think that is in the first half of this year, the savings deposits did go up, but disposable income was growing much more rapidly. As I mentioned earlier, 5.4% for urban. Last year was 3.6%. So the share of disposable income that's going into bank deposits is collapsing in the first half of 2023. So I think the idea that there is a loss of confidence in the party and the government, it could still be correct, but I don't think it's strongly supported by the data. Second thing that I think is not necessarily very, is also dubious. Some people have pointed to weak imports. Imports declined by almost 8% in the first 7 months, but we have to take into account that these are measured in current prices or in value terms. If you look at the volume of imports, that is constant prices, the volume of imports was up 1% in the first half. In the first half of last year, it declined by more than 6%. So the evidence from imports is showing us that domestic demand is not weakening, but actually picking up. The third thing that has caught a lot of people's attention is deflation. The CPI showed a small decline in July, 0.3%, and many people think this is the beginning of the deflation, the bad D word, that once people figure out prices are falling, they'll quit consuming on the assumption they'll be able to buy it cheaper tomorrow, and that will undermine the growth of consumption and thus slow down the overall economy. But the reason prices fell in July can be summed up in one word: pigs. Last year, there was a swine flu. The herds were getting culled. There was a shortage of pork. The price went up 30%. Food is a very large item in the CPI in China. It's a relatively low-income economy. Now the herds have been rebuilt and the price of pork has gone back down. If you take out the food, prices rose by 0.8% in July, twice the pace of June. So maybe they will have deflation eventually, but to argue, as many have, that they're now in deflation because of 1 month of negative numbers on the CPI without kind of looking under the hood to see what's calling it, I think is premature. The fourth thing that I want to criticize is this argument that there's been a massive decline in private investment. The argument here is all the entrepreneurs have shipped their money and their families to Singapore, and they're getting out of China as fast as they can because they can't deal with the uncertainty caused by regulatory changes and other party policies. The evidence doesn't really support that. Some people have said private investment declined by 25% during the pandemic. In 2019, before the pandemic, private investment was 29 trillion RMB. Last year, it was 31 trillion RMB. So it's not going down. It's going up relatively slowly. Its share of overall investment has declined by 2 percentage points, but it's still 54%. So over half of all investment in China is still in the hands of private companies. Now, why is the share falling slightly? Well, we have a big buildup of manufacturing inventories during the pandemic. China didn't distribute cash, but they cut some taxes and they told enterprises not to lay off so many workers, so they kept producing. Sales were down. So at the end of 2022, manufacturing inventories were at an all-time historic level. Those inventory levels are coming down now. So I think eventually when they reach a more sustainable level, we could see a pickup there. The second reason private investment has slowed down a little was the big campaign against the platform companies, the internet platform companies. The revenues of those companies declined by more than 800 billion RMB in 2022, and that depressed their investment. It led to layoffs, no hiring. That has now begun to turn around. Their profits are growing very rapidly. Their hiring has picked up, and I think we will see our investment picked up as well. So finally, I should say externally, some of you will remember there was this big controversy about PCAOB and whether or not this organization in the US could have access to the audit papers of Chinese companies listed in New York and elsewhere abroad. And what happened in that period is that funds raised offshore, and almost all these companies that list offshore are private, they raised 1.4 trillion US dollars in 2020. By 2022, that fell to 100 billion. So it was a collapse in outside external financing. But at the end of 2022, the PCAOB controversy was settled. This cloud is lifted. The number of listings has picked up in New York. And at the end of March, the securities regulator put out a new set of regulations that are supposed to make it easier for companies to list offshore. Now, whether that will materialize, I think remains to be seen. But those are the negatives that I think really aren't as negative as some people think. I don't think they're in deflation. I don't think households are pouring money into bank accounts at an unusually high rate. I don't think imports are weak, and there has not been a massive decline in private investment.
So, well, thank you very much, Nick. If I could try to summarize what you've just said, the points essentially suggest, from your perspective, that on a cyclical level, that the data points that others have been citing are not telling the full picture. And if you look at some of these trends, there's been a stabilization and maybe a slight turnaround that isn't getting enough attention. I think that's what you're trying to say with very empirically. Let me turn to.
Let me just say, I think a lot of what we've been reading in the press is anecdotes. Individuals who are having difficulty, companies that have failed, individuals who are very unhappy with government and party policy, all of which is probably true. But I think you kind of have to look at some of the aggregate data rather than picking out a few individuals.
Well, Logan's going to definitely help us look at some of the aggregate data now. So, Logan, you've written for us and for Rhodium about structural challenges, particularly related to debt. which I guess you've written about creates a ceiling for growth. Could you sort of give your perspective on where the Chinese economy is going, and to the extent to which the slowdown that appears to be going is something that is going to be with us for a long time, or is something that could be of shorter duration?
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate you all joining. I do think China's slowdown is structural in nature at this stage. And this is simply because many of the factors that drove China's growth over the last decade are not going to be capable of being repeated in the next decade. And first and foremost among those was China's unprecedented credit and investment expansion. This was the largest single country credit expansion that the world had seen in well over a century, from 2008 to 2016. And it primarily had its expression in terms of property and local government investment in the Chinese economy. And those are exactly the factors that have driven this very significant discontinuity and slowdown in growth over the last 3 to 4 years. The property story is particularly relevant just today. In the last hour, the PBOC has cut national down payment requirements on first home and second home purchases, indicating they're aware and are reversing many of the previous controls on the sector in an attempt to stimulate property sector demand. The only real surprise when credit started slowing after the deleveraging campaign was initiated 2016 and its most intense period in 2018 was how long the property sector persisted as a source of growth, and why the sector responded to, basically they responded to the end of China's shadow banking sector, which we discuss in the Grasping Shadows report that Scott highlighted. Developers were able to extend the property bubble by relying upon credit from home buyers in the form of pre-construction sales to repay some of these shadow banking loans. And that introduced sort of a Ponzi type element into China's property sector. But no matter how you slice it, the property sector was around at its peak 20 to 25% of the economy. Some people have that estimate much higher, into the 25 to 30% range. But activity, the data clearly shows activity in the property sector has been cut more than in half. And that adjustment has happened very quickly since about the middle of 2021. New housing starts are down 57% from their peak on an annualized basis. Sales are down 39% from their peak on an annualized basis. Land sales fell 53% in 2022, and they stopped publishing the nationwide data on land sales in 2023. But revenues from land sales are down 21%. 100 city land sales in the area are consistently down over 30% over the course of this year. These are major corrections in property investment. The top 50 property developers, if you look at their land purchases, which includes state-owned firms, they are buying 85 to 90% less land in 2022 and 2023 relative to what they did in 2017 to 2020. This is really the primary factor that has driven a huge reversal in China's overall investment, which was certainly negative in 2022 and is very probably negative in 2023 so far. So if you look at secondary indicators of activity, cement output was down 11% last year. Komatsu average hours worked in the construction equipment that they release were down 14% in 2022 and are still in negative territory this year. Cement output is only up 0.6% so far this year. So this has been a significant adjustment with no real signs of a rebound or recovery so far in 2023. The property sector's adjustment also impacts China's fiscal stability and its capacity to respond with infrastructure investment, and aggravates the stress that's building in local government debt, which is also the byproduct of the slowdown in China's credit and investment expansion. Land sales revenues fell 2.2 trillion yuan in 2022. They're on pace to be down 1.4 trillion yuan in 2023, and they will continue to decline in 2024 because land sales are paid, with 1 year in arrears. Property sales alone produced VAT revenues equivalent to around 5% of China's total tax take last year. So the big argument we would make is that it's simply not realistic to argue that post-pandemic growth after the recovery can pick up from pre-pandemic growth rates at roughly the same rates without the property sector driving it, because growth is much, much weaker, and the property sector's impact on the economy has not been replaced with any other meaningful source of aggregate demand. which places all of the pressure on China's growth to come from household consumption, which is only 38% of the economy. And just speaking to the point on household savings, I mean, what's going on really in household savings is a deleveraging cycle among households that's tied to the property sector. Money is moving out of wealth management products and based on wealth management products being marked to market and moving into time deposits. This is actually what's driving the adjustment in savings. It's not really precautionary per se. It's really wealthy individuals trying to unwind a carry trade where they had been borrowing money at 4.5% in order to, and placing proceeds in wealth management products at 5.5%, 6% to earn a positive carry. They can't get that anymore, so they're trying to minimize the negative carry by placing funds in time deposits. That's really been responsible for the change in household savings. But it also shows just how much, if households are deleveraging, we should not really be expecting a huge acceleration in consumption growth this year. That is historically not the pattern. And that is also consistent with the data. Retail sales, I can get into the data adjustments that have been done with retail sales over the course of this year, but it's only 7.3%, even in aggregate terms. Alibaba nationwide retail online sales are down 4% so far in 2023. Individual income tax revenues, what's actually paid on individual income tax, are down 0.6% so far in 2023. So I'll stop there, but this is really the source of the adjustment that the property sector has created.
Logan, thank you. That was great. And again, we're going to give everyone on the panel a chance to respond to everybody else after we get through the next couple questions. Ling, I wanted to turn to you next. And I wonder if I could quote from something that you co-wrote recently in the Wall Street Journal, a piece that I think got a lot of people's attention and articulated what I think many have felt. You opened up a piece by writing, "For decades, China powered its economy by investing in factories, skyscrapers, and roads. The model sparked an extraordinary period of growth that lifted China out of poverty and turned it into a global giant whose export prowess washed across the globe. Now that model is broken." Why is it broken? And the subtitle of your piece is "What Comes Next?" So let me pose that as a two-parter. What comes next?
Thank you so much, Jude. Thank you for reading the story. The gist of the story is, what we're witnessing here is an end of era in China. The era, was one where China experienced extraordinary rates of GDP growth, lifted more than 800 million people out of poverty. China, by many measures, was one of the most successful economic stories in the whole world. That kind of the model is broken. The kind of model we're referring to is the kind of investment-driven, debt-fueled model that has made China the factory floor for the whole world. Made in China products have dominated the, shelves of many shopping malls throughout the world. And so that model worked when China was really poor, lacked infrastructure, no good roads, right? The remote regions in China almost looked like separate countries because there were no way to travel, no easy way to travel from places like Sichuan, Chengdu to the coastal areas. So the government, the model worked at the beginning because, the government really galvanized resources to start invest in that kind of infrastructure. And, the net effect was linked the vast hinterland of China to the coastal areas where factories were being built. A lot of those factories were being built by government, by various levels of government, by private businesses, including foreign companies, a lot of foreign joint ventures. So, that powered the growth because, China's cheap laborers, the migrant workers, it made it easier for them to work in coastal areas and, basically start this amazing rise of China being this huge manufacturing power. Obviously, Logan talked about the property market. That was part of it, right? Investment in fixed assets like factories, like roads, like infrastructure, like housing. So that was part of the boom era. It's no longer working because it's just too much debt among various levels of government. I think Logan's team just did a new report showing actually China's physical space is even more limited than meets the eye. A lot of people think only local governments have had too much debt, but the central government's balance sheet is not that pretty either, let alone China also has ambitions to spend money in other ways, strategic spending, so to speak, defense related. So the model is broken because, they can't just keep borrowing, keep the debt, already has reached a level that's no longer sustainable. It's not me saying this. I'm a journalist. I talk to the top-notch economists in the whole world, including some of yours today, and including people who work at the IMF, work at the World Bank. The structural problems are so deep. You can't just look at last quarter's number. You can't just look at the first year's number and compare that to the pre-pandemic number. That is missing the big picture here. And also, I think the bigger question you asked, our article also raised this bigger question. So the boom is over. What's next? There are many scenarios. Question is whether or not it's a prolonged slowdown or crash or petering out. Another related question is how China will respond to this slowdown. Will it back to market reform or greater state control? The implications are huge for the rest of the world. It's not just about China, it's also about China's behavior on the world stage. People rightfully worried China would become even more aggressive outside of China because of the slowdown domestically. So, we pose this question for the precise reason that, we can have very healthy and diverse debates and conversation about it, about all, all that is happening in China. And one more point I want to address that, we do stories that, not just, we have a combination of anecdotes and data, as not just anecdotes. And we try really hard to talk to people on the ground. It's not just one person, two people, one company, two companies saying they're pulling back on spending. Is universal. The mood in China on the ground these days can be summed up in one word, which is downbeat. That, to me, is one of the most worrisome signs for the Chinese economy, because during many decades before, you all know, you have traveled to China so many times, probably would be hard stretched for any of you to think of one person saying, oh, I'm lying flat. There's no hope for me anymore. I'm just not going to do it. It's hard for me to get up every day. It was the kind of animal spirit, entrepreneur drive were so great, in decades past, but nowadays that's gone. So, on top of all the numbers, all the data, all the structural economic issues are this more worrying trend of people losing faith and losing hope. And obviously, we probably need to convene another panel to talk about why that is happening. So thank you.
Thanks, Ling Ling. I think that last point is really important, especially as we're remote from China, failing to appreciate just how much of a human impact this has. And if we're thinking about, Logan's comments on the real estate market, for so many Chinese, the real estate market is where you invest in your future. And so it's just fundamentally important to remember these human stories as we talk about data. So I appreciate your point. Zoe, I'm going to go to you. A quick reminder to the audience. Please do, if you have any questions, go to the CSIS.org, click on the events page, and you can submit a question. Zoe, I wanted to get your take on this, including, I think you have a helpful heuristic for us to think about this, known as the 4Ds. What are the 4Ds, and why do you think they're relevant to the story of China's economy today?
Can you hear me now? All right. Thank you very much, Judah, for having me, and Scott for having me. And as Scott pointed out, we are all Dr. Nicholas Salardi's student, and my 4Ds actually is a derivative from Dr. Nicholas Salardi's analysis and his whole theory, his analysis of financial repression. So when you think about it, the Chinese economic growth model, you can separate it in terms of export versus export, investment, and consumption. And this is where my 4D comes from in terms of from the financial repression's perspective. And a lot of the reason why the Chinese economy can sustain an export-driven, government-led investment model is specifically because of financial repression, as Dr. Nicholas Lardy pointed out throughout his careers. But embedded in this financial repression model, there are, I would argue, 3 inherent Ds. And now the final D is exacerbated or accelerated because of the way Chinese politics, as well as the party's expanding geopolitical ambition in the world. So the 3 Ds that are embedded in the Chinese growth model are debt, demand, and demographics. And let me just elaborate on that a little bit. I think Logan talked a lot, very elegantly and very rich in data in terms of debt. But I would want to take a step back by saying that debt growth itself is not necessarily a bad thing, because finance 101, leverage, you just leverage the hell out of your balance sheet as long as you can make a profit. Therefore, it is not debt itself is bad, it's actually debt in a low growth environment that becomes not sustainable. And I wanted to elaborate on demand. And because demand really from my framework, I analyze demand from both external demand and domestic demand. External demand, I look at export growth. I think in the current economic model, boosting export growth is important, but I'm afraid that its marginal effect at this point are limited. I mean, if we look at the numbers, China became the world's largest exporter in 2009. And then I believe in 2020, China's share of global export already reached 14.7%. That is a number that is more than the combined share of the United States and Japan. And when we think about export as a percentage of GDP, it peaked around 2006 at about 36% and has since declined around or even below 20%. So from that perspective, even if China could increase its service export while maintaining its dominance in the export of goods, I think there is really only a narrow space for export to GDP growth ratio. And then on top of that, I would say my biggest concern about the long-term development of the Chinese economy for relying on the existing model really comes from domestic demand. Really, I'm talking about household demand. And this household demand comes from 2 sides. One is demand for housing, and then just the household balance sheet. The demand for housing in particular, we are familiar with the story about first tier cities. Demand has been there, but has since declined. And a lot of the analysts right now are posing hopes for the second and the third tier cities. And that's actually also where the Chinese government is trying to boost the demand in terms of housing. But I am afraid that the fundamental demand for housing across board is being eroded by demographic trends. And that's my my other D. And there are 2 reasons I think the long-term demand for housing declines. First is because urbanization rate has peaked And I'm afraid that is going to be a terminal decline trajectory, because if you look at the data since around 2017, the ratio of new city dwellers relative to the whole population has consistently declined year after year. And this trend has been exacerbated by COVID trend. And the whole idea of the laying flat or bailan phenomenon, the idea that the younger generation of the Chinese youth no longer felt the meaning or the personal development to participate in this highly competitive labor market. And then the second aspect, the second demographic trend contributing to demand for housing decline really comes down to the family trend. The new family formation rate in China has been declining since 2013. So a lot of this happened, it really is not just because of COVID, it happened before COVID. And then my second point with regard to domestic demand really comes down to the household balance sheet as well as the debt buildup. The balance sheet of average Chinese household, I think they have gotten increasingly worse over the past 15 years. This comes down to net asset growth has declined, and also the household debt growth has also been faster than income growth. So a lot of this trend, it does not speak well for the Chinese government to stimulate consumption. And then I think it is really the government or the party since December last year, they put out a strategic plan to boost domestic demand. And in that piece of document, they prioritized household consumption in front of effective investment for the first time. I think that is really good sign, but my concern of that is it is really good economics, but it probably is bad politics, because on the one hand, enriching the individuals and the household, you need entrepreneurship, you need to basically eliminate or reduce the party's position in this financial repression model. I think the financial repression model worked because the party and the government has been able to build a system that can channel invest capital into state prioritized sector. But I'm afraid that boosting consumption runs again head against the existing model. In other words, without changing the model, there are serious structural problems. And finally, decoupling, or now the narrative is de-risking, really exacerbate a lot of these structural problems. And that's why I think I am really concerned about this short run confidence in the Chinese economy. But in the long run, as long as the politics work, as long as the party can be more self-constrained in terms of not expanding geopolitically in the world, perhaps the party can relearn that China's near 4 decades of reform and open up. Yes, the great import has been technology's expertise, but perhaps the animal spirit that a global market has been giving China under the Chinese market also matters a lot.
Great, thank you, Zoe. That was great. I think what we'll do is, Nick, there are different views here, but maybe Nick, because you have a slightly differenter view than the three others, maybe just give you a moment to give a response to some of the comments you've heard so far. You're on mute.
Well, let me just say to begin with, I agree with much of what has been said. Certainly the boom is over, if you're defining the boom as, this extended period of growth in the high single digits. I hope nobody took my comments to suggest that I believe they're going back up to 8 or 9%. They're not. They're never going back to that growth rate. There are huge structural problems. The question in my mind is, the title of this is downturn. What the implication is, are we worried? Is it likely that China will grow even slower in the future than they've been growing recently? They grew at about 3% last year. They grew at about 3% in the second quarter. Some people are arguing the growth is really going to go down from here. You read about a downward spiral. Well, a downward spiral to me implies that you're heading towards 2% maybe, or 2.5%. That's what I doubt, or at least I don't see the evidence for I think they will go up. I'm not saying they're going up to the high single digits, but I think, and I'm not a forecaster, but I do think that their growth over the next few years is likely to be significantly higher than the 3% that we saw in the second quarter for some of the reasons. I agree with Logan. Property is a big problem. It's not going to be solved soon, but a lot of the data that he cited shows that the adjustment is underway. The fact that land sales have collapsed is a good thing. That means property developers have gotten the message that, we're maybe past peak demand for housing. It's important, though, to recognize that the sector has not collapsed. The level of investment in property last year was the same as it was in 2019 pre-pandemic. The surprising thing to me is that investment in property hasn't fallen more rapidly. In fact, it's not fallen at all. It's fallen a bit from the levels of 2020 and 2021. We're back down to the level of 2019, which is probably still unsustainably high for all the reasons that a number of people have commented on. On the export side, I think China will be doing better next year. The fund is estimating that the growth of global exports next year will be twice what it is this year. We're in a very low rate of growth of trade globally this year, but it's expected to double next year. China may benefit from that. That could be another little boost. Not huge, but at the margin could contribute to some improvement. So I certainly agree the boom is over. I certainly think there are a lot of structural problems. There are a number of them that we haven't even addressed, but I don't think they're going south from here.
And Nick, just a quick follow-up. I mean, just in terms of recent-ish data in the real estate market, we've got, we've got existing home prices down pretty significantly. We've got new housing, construction starts to, half or 40% of their pre-COVID level. Bankruptcies rippling through developers. Local government finances are a mess. I just want to, last year's investment, one story, sort of what we're seeing right now in the market, but do you think this is something they're going to be able to work through, or maybe at the margin positive in the sense that it's
Again, I think the fact that housing starts are down by a huge amount is a good sign, but investment is not down that much. And it looks like the run rate this year on investment will not be down significantly from what it was last year, which to me implies that a lot of the investment that's going on now is completing the pre-sold projects, pre-sold houses that Logan identified as a big problem. I think, property recovery depends, first of all, on people that have paid for a house already actually being able to see it finished and to occupy it. And that would, I think, help put a floor on property as an asset class. I think property's always been viewed as a superior asset class that's under attack now, and it will be a drag on economic growth. There's no question about it. But hopefully the fact that the investment hasn't fallen very much compared to new starts and compared to the collapse of land sales. I think the collapse of new starts and the collapse of land sales are all positive signs. Adjustment is starting.
With such an important topic, I realize it's a little bit unfair that I'm going to give Nick that slight last word, but we could probably continue in this topic for 6 more hours. So I hate to do that, but I also want to get 1 or 2 quick questions in on something adjacent, but I think fundamentally important. And Ling, I might go to you first, but also want to get everyone else on this, which is so much of what has provided a foundation for confidence is not the fundamentals in China's economy, which I think everyone have known for a while have been a bit janky. It is fundamental confidence in policymakers. The view that whatever happens, another rabbit is in the hat, or whatever happens, they're going to keep the plate spinning. I feel like fundamentally that story is collapsing on itself. Partly, this has been a multi-year phenomenon where people scratching their heads at both the aggressiveness of Beijing towards the private sector. Nick, this was the subject of your last great book on The State Strikes Back. This resurgence of partyization, of state control, So Ling, start with you. You've been following the policymaking ecosystem and policymakers for so long. Do you also feel a qualitative deterioration in confidence in policymakers' ability to pull rabbits out of hat? And do you also notice yourself that the technocracy is declining in qualitative capabilities? You're on mute, Ling.
Thank you, Jude. Excellent questions. I have to be careful about what we say because we're obviously working on more stories about all this. Today's economic problems are not economic problems. They're political problems. The loss of confidence in China's economy among the Chinese people and Chinese businesses and foreign businesses, not because, 1 quarter of data, 3 years of lockdowns that are, really hurt spending and all that. It's because of gradual deterioration in the quality of China's policymaking. We have been, reporting on China's political economy for so long, and so have all of you here. We know that in the past, especially during downturns, Chinese policymakers have demonstrated an ability to be proactive, right? Especially back during the 2008 global financial crisis. We wrote about this in Superpower Showdown, how quickly they turned the policy, from, more conservative, with inflation fighting as the main purpose, quickly turned it to supporting growth, and how they sought out advice from Western experts, including those at World Bank. It was pretty amazing era. Obviously, another topic is some of the, negative consequences from that massive stimulus. But I just wanted to give example between, then and now. Fast forward to today, we have seen Chinese policymakers giving out very confusing, conflicting signals. On one hand, the securities regulator launched a campaign to prop up stock markets. On the other hand, you're seeing other agencies, continuing to go after some types of private companies, especially the really small ones. And on one hand, the government is saying we still want foreign capital. On the other hand, they have done the raids, investigations with very little explanation, and mostly recently imposed foreign security law, that have had impact of scaring off foreign investors, including those who spent years building up supply chains in China. I just talked to a fashion designer yesterday. She said for the past 20 decades, she always sourced materials from China. But very recently, she said she's had enough. Now she's sourcing materials, building, factories in India. This is just one of many, many other examples of foreign companies divesting out of China. It has, it was due to a combination of reasons. The slowdown is one of them. Geopolitical tensions is one of them. And another very important one of them is the heightened risks of policy uncertainty, heightened risks of policy mistakes. Thank you.
Comrade Kennedy, why don't I turn it over to you to ask a few more questions and then land the plane.
Okay, dokie. All right. This is a fantastic discussion. I've got two questions. First, both to everybody. One about the analysis. Well, a second question about the implications for the rest of the world. So the first question is: so we've got sort of different theories here about the extent to which this is structural or cyclical, to the extent to which Xi Jinping and his governance has created a loss of confidence What would be the most important single piece of evidence that that you all would look for to challenge your own current view of things, or that you would see that things are turning around? Would it be some type of policy statement from Xi Jinping backing private companies, or doing something else? Would it be some piece of economic data regarding private investment or relations with the U.S. or something? What is that one piece of news that you would be looking for to either fully confirm where you are or would lead you to reevaluate your current conclusion? Let's start with we'll go Logan, Nick, Zoe, Ling.
Absolutely, Scott. And I think you're asking the relevant question at this point, which is, how do you deliver, if you're Beijing, a very credible counter-cyclical policy signal? How do you deliver a credible reform signal in this environment after some of the crackdowns on private firms, after the decade of sort of backtracking and attempted reforms in following the third plenum agenda, and then backtracking and reversals of those reforms as the market consequences and the economic consequences of those decisions became apparent? And so I think the signal that we would be thinking is most important has to come basically from the very top. It has to come from Xi Jinping himself. And it has to be a reinvigoration of the commitment to the reform agenda that was outlined in the third plenum. And therefore, it has to start with some sort of Big Bang kind of symbol that something is going to be different in the future, whether that is the privatization or liberalization of a major state-owned sector, or whether that is some sort of significant commitment to breaking implicit guarantees among local governments or state-owned enterprises that would signal a more open and liberal capital markets. Those are the kind of signals that I think we need to see to think that things are changing. But the barriers to delivering such a signal are extremely high because it will naturally be questioned, and something has to be both very substantive and irreversible at the same time, something that China cannot move back on. So this is the irony of the current debate in China, is that while there's a lot of censorship of domestic internal discussions about the economy, there's also this sort of quiet upswell of new commentaries among former officials on the structural problems in the economy and the need to reform as well.
Zoe, what's the one piece of evidence you're looking for?
The one piece of evidence that I would be looking for is a recommitment to reform and open up, and something like a renewed tour of the South, just like Deng Xiaoping did right after Tiananmen, would be something that I would welcome. I'll just stop there.
Okay. Nick? You're mute.
The one thing that would cause me to fall off my view quite a bit would be if consumption growth doesn't continue to be fairly strong. I don't think the government, I agree with Logan, they're not going to go back to the third plenum whole hog. I don't think they're going to have a big stimulus program. They're trying to reduce financial risk for reasons that Logan has written about very exhaustively. So I'm not critical of them for not having a big stimulus program at this point. I think it would, you'd be just digging a deeper hole. So the key, in my opinion, is what happens to the growth of private consumption.
Okay. Ling?
In my view, talk is cheap. Whatever statements they're putting out don't mean much these days. Just look at the last statement about encouraging private enterprises. The word guide appeared more than 20 times, and continue talking about setting up traffic lights for capital. How would that help build confidence in the private sector? The signs I would be looking for that they're sincere about changing course, meaningful course correction in China's economic policy. Free Sun Dawu, free Ren Zhiqiang, free all those wrongfully detained private entrepreneurs, really help foster another generation of Jack Ma's.
That's a serious line that you've set for folks. If it was me answering the question, I would think beside something to really reassure private companies is to make state-owned companies feel less privileged in some obvious big way. But I think also, given that China's global footprint is so important, relations with the U.S., Xi Jinping obviously attending APEC and China trying to really show that it appreciates some of the concerns about China, that would, I think, go a significant way. So I don't think it's just domestic. I think there's some international component to it. Let me ask another question, since one final question, which is what all this means for the rest of the world. And you can pick, there's sort of three buckets of implications here, three actors, and you all can pick whichever ones you want to focus on. The first is Washington policymakers, governments elsewhere. They've, imposed some restrictions on Chinese technology, criticized China's growth model, pushed for de-risking, perhaps more. Does China's economic challenges affect that policy decision-making in DC and elsewhere? Should it? Second, multinationals. China's growing slower. I don't see them running for the exits dramatically, although they're diversifying and hedging. Should China's slowdown make multinationals really rethink their presence in China? And lastly, institutional investors, do they also need to be really thinking significantly about changing their portfolio distribution to make China much less significant going forward? Why don't we go Zoe, Nick, Ling, Logan?
Sure. I think even if the Chinese economy continues to slow down, I do think the impact on the world would be different. Perhaps oil demand might be slowing down, but China's demand for critical minerals would continue to grow, and specifically because the government still prioritizes sectors that are critical for the energy transition. Therefore, I would say China is still very much investable, especially in areas where the government focus on quantum computing, artificial intelligence, and renewables.
Okay. All right, Nick, what are the implications you want to focus on?
Well, I think it's easy to overemphasize the importance of China to the global economy. When you look at these figures, like China is accounting for 30 or 35% of global growth, that's just looking at the increment of output in China compared to the increment of output in the rest of the world. There's not necessarily a very strong causal link between those two. You really have to look at the trade flows, the financial flows, and those are not very large in terms of the overall size of the global economy. So I think China's slowdown could have a big effect, if it continues, could have a big effect on certain commodities. It could have a big effect on certain economies that are more closely tied to China. It's going to have a bigger effect on Germany than it would have an effect on the United States. But if you're looking globally, I think there's a tendency to overstate the importance of China to the global economy.
Ling?
I think the implications are more than economic implications. How China will behave if the slowdown turns to be very prolonged and dragged out, or even if it's a crash, as some people have feared. So I think that's just really a huge question. Most recently we have seen Xi Jinping continuing to expand, his ambitions, especially in global South, right? The most recent BRICS summit, China again pouring resources into that part of the world. Meantime, domestically, Chinese households are struggling and trying to see if the government will help them in any way. So we will really have to see the implications, not just from the economic perspective, but geopolitically. In any way, China is here to stay. As many people in Washington have said, it remains the biggest competitor to the United States. And what kind of the question of whether or not a weaker China is more dangerous, a richer China is more dangerous, that's still very relevant question and really should be the core of the U.S. Policy toward China. Just how do you deal with a potentially economically weaker China?
Logan, you get the last word.
Yeah, I would echo much of what Ling said and much of what I was going to say in response to this question. I think the key takeaway from China's slowdown and the significant break in growth from the recent past to the present is that the United States really no longer faces a growth challenge from China. None of the problems the United States faces from China are going to be materially impacted or exacerbated by China's continued growth. At this point, those challenges are serious, they will persist, but U.S. efforts should be more narrowly focused on the national security implications of the economic relationship with China, rather than broader concerns about whether China is going to become 150 or 200% of U.S. GDP, because that's never going to happen anymore. And many of the measures that are being discussed right now, such as financial decoupling risks, look very high risk in terms of their impact on U.S. market credibility, and low return in terms of what they actually deliver in terms of changes in Chinese behavior or activity.
Well, this has been a fantastic discussion. Zoe, Ling, Logan, Nick, you've shed a lot of light on where China's economy is going and what it means for us. I think actually there's probably more agreement than at first meets the eye, because even Nick identifies that there are some significant slowdown long term that China's economy is facing. But there's also reasons maybe in the short term, while these numbers won't just be a beeline straight for zero or negative growth, but there's also challenges that China needs to grapple with. Some of those are on the in the inbox of Xi Jinping, that if he wants to turn around confidence, there's a lot that he will need to do. Regardless, there are big questions for Washington, for multinationals, for investors, for other governments that will have to be deciding how to interact with China and what it means for them.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎关注华尔街电视频道这期的热点深度，关注陈敏尔正越来越危险。之前是他在贵州的老搭档孙志刚被查，现在又传出陈敏尔的大秘颜伟去喝茶了。一位中国时政观察人士向华尔街电视频道透露，一个省委书记被调查，多则几千人，少则几百人都会被调查问话。那先是孙志刚被查，紧接着这个颜伟的传闻出现，这都进一步威胁到陈敏尔。在今年8月底，中共中央纪委国家监委网站通报，贵州省委原书记孙志刚涉嫌严重违纪违法，正接受中央纪委国家监委的纪律审查和监察调查。孙志刚的罪名尚未公布。之前热点深度也有推测，可能的原因之一是孙志刚曾做过医改办的主任，在当前医疗强力反腐运动下被查。还有一个可能是孙志刚在任贵州期间摊上了什么事。明报就提到，有传出消息说孙志刚的七舅长期在贵州安顺做项目，涉嫌为矿霸矿主充当保护伞。孙志刚的家人在2023年的4月就已被带走调查，经过近4个月的调查，孙志刚本人才正式落马。明报的这篇文章还提到，孙志刚的落马早有迹可循，在2023年以来，与他同期卸任的一批前地方大员，这些人不是在全国人大政协续任职务，就是在习近平思想主题教育学习活动赴各地各部门的中央指导组出任组长。只有孙志刚卸任了13届全国人大财经委副主任之后就销声匿迹。2015年，孙志刚空降贵州出任省长，与时任的贵州书记陈敏尔搭档，1年半之后，陈敏尔调任重庆书记，而孙志刚是顺位接任书记，继任省长的就是现任的国务委员盛怡晴。孙志刚2020年卸任书记之后，也是盛怡晴顺位继任贵州省委书记。而就在这段时间颜伟这个人也在贵州。公开资料显示，颜伟是1973年9月出生，浙江大学研究生毕业后就被分配到当时陈敏尔主持的浙江省委宣传部任职。 陈敏尔在2012年调贵州之后，颜伟也前往贵州，兼任贵州省政府应急管理办公室的副主任，继而升任贵州省政府副秘书长。2015年7月31日，陈敏尔任贵州省委书记，颜伟在2015年的8月从省政府调到了省委，又于2017年4月升为贵州省委常务副秘书长，官至正厅局级。在综上在2015年的10月到2017年11月期间，颜伟和孙志刚是有时间上的交集。另外一边，这个颜伟随后也是追随陈敏尔去了重庆。在2017年的7月，陈敏尔调任重庆市委书记，3个月之后，他进入中央政治局。2017年11月，颜伟从贵州到重庆，任市委的副秘书长，是正厅局长级。2年之后的2019年，颜伟成为了重庆市南岸区区委书记兼重庆经开区的党工委书记。当时重庆官场盛传一个说法，就是说陈敏尔20大将入常，已在着手培养自己重庆市委书记的接班人。在2021年年初，当时有个传闻说重庆高层内讧，时任重庆市长唐良智是揭发颜伟替陈敏尔收受巨额的贿赂，颜伟被中纪委抓走。这个消息一直没有得到官方证实。而一位中国时政观察人士向华尔街电视频道就透露说，当时孙志刚接贵州省委书记，如果没有陈敏尔的支持孙志刚是肯定不能上位的。而上一次颜伟被查，那其实就意味着这个裂痕早已出现。香港明报在2021年的12月23日刊登了一篇时政分析文章，说2022年的中共20大人事的变数较多，可能会创造新纪录。重庆市委书记是其中之一，该职位的首名入局者薄熙来未到18大就已经落马，而继任的孙政才也是重蹈覆辙，19大前落马，以致有人称这个位置被上了魔咒。现任重庆市委书记陈敏尔被视为是习近平的亲信，而在2023年，无论是如传说般升任政治局常委，还是调任上海书记，都将成为首名打破这一魔咒的人。不过陈敏尔没有打破这个魔咒。那2021年的12月30日，重庆市前市长唐良智是意外被贬，调往安徽省政协党组书记。在半年之后，2022年的7月，颜伟从重庆市南岸区委书记兼重庆经开区党工委书记的位置上被调任重庆保税港区开发管理集团有限公司党委书记、董事长。这个重庆保税港区开发管理集团有限公司于2008年12月由重庆市国资委出资设立，是所谓的市属国有重点企业。而颜伟呢，是从区委书记变成了国企领导人。陈敏尔当时被视为是一颗政治新星，甚至被外界视为是习近平潜在的接班人。在中共20大之前他被广泛认为是入常热门人选之一，但在2022年的10月，他出乎意料没有进入常委的名单。2023年的6月，自由亚洲有一篇评论提到，直接影响陈敏尔20大入常的因素就是他对自己秘书颜伟的错误重用。文章还认为陈敏尔成为中共执政史上第一个先后换兼2个不同直辖市委书记的连任政治局委员。外界对于陈敏尔已经被边缘化的说法也不是没有道理，因为他没有被安排到北京、上海市任市委书记，而是屈居于天津这个地方。之前《明报》的文章还有提到，在孙志刚接任贵州书记伊始，曾在贵州揪出一名罕见的70后贪官，就是时年46岁的这个黔东南州市委南州的这个书记黄秋斌。黄是福建安溪人，清华大学硕士生，在2004年到贵州挂职后留在当地，曾任贵州西丰县长、县委书记、黔东南州副州长、贵州省的这个农信联社的理事长。在陈敏尔任内这个黄又升至省国资委的常务副主任兼省委深改办副主任。在陈敏尔离开之前，就派黄到黔东南州主政一方，显然是重点栽培。但陈敏尔一走，这个黄任职未满1年就被孙志刚调回省里，是任省粮食局局长，明显受贬。8个月之后落马受查，因受贿1000万罪成判囚10年半。看来无论是谁的人关键是这个打铁还要自身硬。而颜伟 最后一次或者是说最近一次出现在这个公开报道上，还是在8月25日，公众号重庆两路果园港综合保税区在一篇文章《重庆保税港区集团召开主题教育专题民主生活会》上提到，会上通报了集团党委班子2022年年度的民主生活整改措施落实情况。严伟代表党委班子做对照检查，并带头做个人对照检查，主动接受批评，对其他班子成员逐一做个人对照检查，严肃开展批评和自我批评。那配图照片上右侧这个深色短衬衫板寸头的那一位看起来似乎就是严伟本人。好了，以上就是今天热点深度的所有内容。更多资讯可以关注6度简报网，网址是6度brief.com， 在上面各位可以订阅各类符合您喜好的简报新闻，有免费套餐，也有更加专业的付费套餐供大家选择。今天的视频就到这里，我们下个节目再见。
Paige Montfort, thank you. And hello, everyone. I really appreciate you all joining us today for our press briefing previewing the upcoming G20, US-ASEAN, and East Asia summits. As our operator introduced, my name is Paige Montfort. I am the Media Relations Manager here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS, in Washington, D.C. I'm so glad that many of you have been able to join us today because we've got a really terrific briefing call lined up for you today. I'll introduce my colleagues in the order they'll be speaking in just a moment. But first, as a reminder, each of these experts is going to provide some opening remarks and analysis, and then we will open it up to you all for Q&A. There will also be a transcript out within just a few hours of today's call. I'll send that directly to those of you who have RSVP'd, and it'll also be posted online to CSIS.org. So now, without further ado, I'm going to introduce my colleagues. First, we have Stephanie Siegel. She is a senior fellow here at CSIS. Her research includes economic competitiveness and also the role of international financial institutions in the global economy. She's going to focus on issues from the G20 finance track and what the US would view as a good outcome for the summit, among other issues. And after Stephanie, we'll hear from Rick Rosso. He is a senior advisor here at CSIS and holds our chair in US-India policy studies. So Rick is going to follow up Stephanie's remarks with a bit more on the G20 in New Delhi, and then he'll also spend some time talking about the expected US-India bilateral meeting on the sidelines. And then, finally, we will hear from Gregory Poling, CSIS Senior Fellow and Director of both our Southeast Asia Program and our Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative. So Greg has a lot to discuss between ASEAN, the East Asia Summit, and also President Biden's trip to Vietnam, which has just been announced by the White House. So I will, without further ado, turn it over to Stephanie to get us started. Stephanie Siegel, right. Thanks, Paige. Can you hear me, okay? Ms. Montfort, yes, loud and clear. Ms. Siegel, great. All right, well, as Paige mentioned, my comments are going to skew toward the issues that are covered in the G20 finance track and then brought over into the leaders' dialogue in the coming weeks. And this is in keeping with the framing of the G20 as the premier forum for economic cooperation globally. Folks may know that framing for the G20 dates back to the elevation of the G20 in the wake of the global financial crisis. But I do think it's significant that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan went out of his way to underscore the role of the G20 in terms of being a forum for economic cooperation globally. And I think that's in part a reflection of the backdrop for this summit, and in particular the war in Ukraine. India, much like its predecessor, Indonesia, in the G20 presidency, has a real challenge here in trying to forge consensus around issues in a group that is, in fact, quite fragmented, and fragmented in large part because of Russia's ongoing aggression in Ukraine. So that is a big challenge for India. I think it is very helpful that Putin will not be in attendance. And it's also helpful to frame the summit as one that will focus on global economic issues, because I think that helpfully splits the economic discussion from the broader geostrategic and geopolitical discussion. And that lays the framework where we can actually see some progress and consensus. So that does then bring me back to the finance track issues. And I think for sure we're going to see and hear discussion about the global economic outlook. I think both India and the United States are going to be in a very strong position to lead that discussion as a function of how their economies are doing. Certainly the US is in a position of, I'd say, relative strength. I think President Biden will be able to go in and make a strong case that his economic policies are working. The US has successfully been bringing inflation back toward target and has managed really so far this delicate balance of not tipping the economy into recession. So I think the US and President Biden will be in a strong position to kind of lead on this global economic outlook discussion. And that stands in contrast to what I think will be the big concern, at least on the economic front. And that is weakness in China's economy and questions of spillover from China to the rest of the world, both through trade channels and potentially financial channels. And this is all happening at a time, and here's where I think we're going to get to one of the big themes from the summit. It's happening at a time when much of the developing world is really struggling. There's a widening divergence in growth outlooks. And so that tees up both India as president and certainly the United States to demonstrate the ability of the G20 and the ability of the US to actually deliver for developing countries. And we heard Sullivan last week talk about the US being in a position to provide, he called it a value proposition, and one that can be appealing in particular to countries of the global south. And so here, I think we're going to hear a lot about what the G20 can deliver, and in particular through these proposals to modernize the multilateral development banks, and especially the World Bank. Again, I think the US is going to be pretty well placed to lead on this issue. And in particular, the US, not only given kind of the position of the US economy, but also the recent budget supplemental funding request that came through, which actually included some very specific and concrete asks for funding both the World Bank but also for some bilateral tools. And so I think this is the demonstration of the value proposition to emerging market and developing countries. So I won't get into the specifics now of some of those specific funding requests, but happy in the Q&A, if there's interest, to get into more detail there. But I think the key point is the willingness to seek additional financing and including concessional financing for middle and low-income countries in particular to meet some of the global challenges. And that feeds very much into the overall theme for the summit and India's year of this one Earth, one family, one future. Last thing that I'll say before passing to Rick is if we look at the summit as a meeting, a senior-level convening but one of many that are going to be occupying everyone through the fall, so this, in combination with the ASEAN and East Asia meetings, we have the Leaders' Summit, but then right away we turn around and we've got the UN General Assembly in mid-September, which includes the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals Summit and the Climate Ambition Summit. And then that immediately feeds into the IMF World Bank annual meetings in Marrakesh in October. And then that, in turn, leads into COP starting at the end of November and early December. So I would view the Leaders' Summit as one step in a path to the end of the year where there are going to be many opportunities, but also high expectations on the part of much of the emerging market and developing country world for what can be delivered, both by advanced economies and through the multilateral institutions. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for coming out of this summit. With that, let me go ahead and pass to Rick. Richard M. Rosso, thanks, Stephanie. I'll talk a bit about G20 as well, but then, of course, also what's expected to be actually a pretty substantial pull-aside meeting between President Biden and Prime Minister Modi. I think from India's standpoint, overall the G20 year has really kind of met its expectations. They were able to highlight India's cultural diversity by taking a lot of the G20 meetings to different corners of the country and bringing a lot of these development issues to parts of the country that may not get necessarily as much attention. And that's pretty important because, of course, a lot of Indian citizens and voters just aren't as engaged in global issues, so it's nice that they were able to leverage that to, I think, sort of spread out across the nation a bit more of this content. You know, Stephanie kind of hinted there were really two areas of tension that we were all kind of watching for this year, and they were ever present. The first, as Stephanie mentioned, was with India's closeness to Russia, the disinterest in having really strong statements on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. You know, several of the ministerials did come out with statements that talked about the humanitarian crisis and things like that, but in terms of the leveraging the G20 for concerted action were tougher statements, brought up often, but I think they generally kind of avoided a blow-up. And similarly on climate, which has been another critical issue throughout the year. India still strongly feels that developed nations have a much higher cost to bear for helping developing countries work through energy transition matters. The promises the developed nations have made haven't been met. And also the pressure from developed countries for nations like India to do more and have harder commitments, again, ever present, but not so much that it disrupted the good things even during the energy ministerial that they were putting on the agenda. And India avoided a new flare-up of a crisis with a few US bank collapses and a small banking crisis in Europe, but that didn't have a wider-scale bleed over. COVID, no new variants that really kind of wrecked the economy. And even some of the economic repercussions of the Russian invasion of Ukraine on, prices for energy and for fertilizers, those issues mostly stabilized. So India kind of was able to avoid a worsening crisis, which is usually the times that G20 has its most utility. Now, India was also able to highlight some of its real successes, like the provision of digital services to citizens, which has a lot of lessons, I think, for the rest of the world. But there's also a bit of concern on how India's approach alone to that, creating its own digital public infrastructure that really supplants the role the private sector plays as an intermediary for provision of financial tools to the masses. But India's had relatively good success in expanding public service delivery to a lot of citizens. So overall, I think India's expectations for the leadership so far have really kind of been met. And some of the big crises, the ones that we could have foreseen and the ones that we may not have foreseen, didn't disrupt the proceedings, so mostly hitting, I think, what India was hoping for this year. But then I'll touch briefly on the Modi-Biden summit. I mean, this is coming just 2.5 months after an extremely significant state visit to Washington, D.C. by Prime Minister Modi. Unsurprisingly, and I'm sure most people on this call read the really long joint statement and the long list of deliverables that were released. Not surprisingly, a lot of those announcements hit on the area where we have had the most progress, on security. And that includes economic security, wanting to expand supply chains of critical technology and such out of China and towards other markets. So not surprisingly, that was a heavy emphasis during the joint statement and during the visit. But also, shockingly, I think, to a lot of us, the two sides made incredible progress on some of the trade issues, which has typically been some of the most difficult things to unravel. Most notably, resolving a half-dozen WTO disputes that we had with each other. And so I think, issues that we've seen, concerns over India's commitment to democratic values, trade matters, and similar to G20, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, these issues are raised. But so far, they haven't hijacked the bilateral agenda. And I don't suspect they're going to for the summit that'll take place when President Biden visits India. Now, in terms of what we can expect from that, my understanding is that they actually got pretty close to concluding many other agreements during Prime Minister Modi's state visit. So some of the agenda they already had kind of written out. There was actually good progress and good steam for teeing up a number of other concrete deliverables for the visit, just based on Prime Minister Modi's state visit. But I think they want to continue making progress on trade matters, now that they finally have been able to secure some agreements. We have other WTO disputes and a number of bilateral issues. So hopefully we can see some more progress on trade matters during the visit. Also, they realize they've created dozens of new work streams. And everybody's kind of hungry to see if these are going to result in something. So I think providing concrete outcomes for a lot of the new work streams that have been created is going to be important for the upcoming summit. India really wants the United States to articulate a forward-leaning security strategy for the Indian Ocean region. India's concern about the United States' view of the Indo-Pacific as the main kind of theater of emerging security risk in the world, that the United States is overly focused on Taiwan, South China Sea, East China Sea, Pacific Islands. And there's not nearly enough attention on the Indian Ocean region. And that's where India sees its primary security concerns rising now. So I think for the summit, for the president to put something on the table that, helps to show U.S. concern for some of the security regions in India's own regions, that'll be important. And also, surprisingly, we've seen, and I suspect there may be more announcements during the visit, even though the successive U.S. administrations have really focused on trying to bring more U.S. companies to reinvest in the United States, we've actually seen the Biden team fairly supportive of encouraging U.S. companies in strategic technology areas to make investments in India. If you're going to leave China, and if the investment's not coming back to the United States, there's been direct encouragement of companies to consider India as another base of regional manufacturing. And I suspect that'll also be a part of the agenda for the bilateral summit coming up. So tough to imagine another big joint statement and a tee-up of a large number of deliverables just 2.5 months after a big state visit, but it appears that may be where we're headed. So I look forward to seeing what they're able to conclude. Now, let me hand the floor over to Greg. Gregory B. Polling, thanks, Rick. So let me address both the Vice President's trip to Jakarta and the President's planned stop in Hanoi. I'll start with VP Harris. She'll be heading to Jakarta next week, September 4th to 7th, for all the myriad ASEAN meetings. ASEAN has both their summit, the East Asia Summit, which brings together the big 18 countries, and then the various ASEAN Plus ones, including the ASEAN US Summit. A lot of the headlines, I imagine, in the region are going to be about the president skipping the trip, which is unfortunate. The White House will argue that unlike its predecessor, he at least attended the first two ASEAN and East Asia summits of his presidency and, maybe more importantly, hosted the ASEAN leaders for the first ever special US-ASEAN summit in D.C. last year. He's also hosted separate Oval Office visits with Prime Minister Lee from Singapore and President Marcos from the Philippines. So I think the White House's argument would be that they have recommitted to ASEAN. The president couldn't be out for a week and a half, and they had to pick two out of the three, and it made most sense, since he was just in Indonesia last year for G20, to send VP Harris to Indonesia. That may or may not play well in the region, but I think that's going to be the argument. And it's noteworthy that we really haven't seen much public complaints from Jakarta about this, suggesting that maybe there's a good deal of outreach going on with the Indonesians to provide some face-saving alternatives. What will likely happen at the summit? Well, this is the end of Indonesia's chair year as ASEAN Summit, which they do on the backs, right after their chair year of G20 last year. And they focus on a lot of the same priorities. If you look at the meetings through the course of this year, it's been food security, energy security, in response to the volatility caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They've also focused on a lot of economic agenda within ASEAN. They agreed on establishing an AI code by next year. They're launching negotiations on a new digital economy framework. They reached an agreement on cross-border payments. So all of this is good news for ASEAN. What it doesn't do is address a lot of the big regional issues that bring the other countries, like the US and China and India, to ASEAN. And on that front, despite Indonesia's best efforts, we haven't seen a lot of progress. There has been no movement on the South China Sea this year. They did announce back in August, at their last foreign ministers meeting, on, what did they call it? A guideline to accelerate talk on the Code of Conduct. But the Code of Conduct talks have been ongoing since 1999, so I don't think anybody believes that they're suddenly going to accelerate. And they just kicked the can down the road another 3 years on that target. Myanmar, there's been no progress. The military junta will again not be invited to the summit. But despite Indonesia's commitment to pushing forward on this, they've hit a wall, with other members of ASEAN not willing to be more forward-leaning in engaging the Myanmar crisis. Timor-Leste is supposed to join as the 11th member. They announced that formally at the end of last year. But it looks unlikely to happen this year, so that'll be kicked down the road. And then there will be the formal handing over of the chairmanship to Laos. So one can imagine that there will be far less ambition next year under Laos's chairmanship than there was this year under Indonesia's. All of that, I think, speaks of the big picture, which is that ASEAN feels like a useful convening mechanism. But it's hard to point to a major issue of international import or even regional import, be it South China Sea, Myanmar, or the Mekong, in which ASEAN is really playing a central role, which may well help explain why the White House, faced with a hard choice between two of these three visits, chose to send the president to Delhi and Hanoi. So, moving on then to Hanoi, after G20, President Biden will stop for 1 day in Vietnam on September 10th on his way back to the US. He will have meetings, I assume, with most of the leadership, including the Prime Minister and President. But what the White House chose to highlight, which is noteworthy, in their press statement is that he will have a meeting with General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong, the head of the Vietnamese Communist Party. They have a bit of a personal relationship. They had a phone call this spring in which they reportedly agreed to elevate the relationship formally to a strategic partnership, which means more for the Vietnamese than it does for the US side. When General Secretary Trong became the first Vietnamese Communist Party leader to ever visit the US during the Obama administration, Vice President Biden was also the one that hosted him for dinner. So they've had a long-standing relationship. It seems an open secret that they will announce at least an elevation to a strategic partnership. And there's a lot of rumors that they may well skip that altogether and go right to comprehensive strategic partnership, which I know sounds like word soup to those of us in the US, but for Vietnam, a communist state with a pretty rigid kind of Leninist hierarchy of diplomatic relations, this stuff actually matters. Vietnam has a very clear hierarchy of diplomatic relations. And there are 3 levels of partnership, comprehensive being the lowest, which is where we are at, where we've been since the Obama administration. Then there's strategic, which is basically most of the other ASEAN states, most of the big G7 states. And then there are 4 comprehensive strategics. These are the countries that Vietnam considers most important for its international relations. And that's China, Russia, India, and South Korea. they may well elevate the US all the way to comprehensive strategic. There's also rumors they may do that for Japan and Australia as well, all of which suggests that the Vietnamese are willing to take a bit of retaliation from China now to make that happen. And that will send a message, I think, up and down the Vietnamese government that senior levels are committed to a closer relationship with the Americans, so everybody get on board. There's a bunch, I'm sure, that we'll see announced in the billets as part of that trip on energy and digital economy, etc. But most important is going to be that big political statement from the Vietnamese that they're willing to put the US at the top tier of their international priorities. I think that's where I'll leave. And look forward to any questions. Ms. Montfort, great. Thank you so much, Greg, and also Rick and Stephanie, for your comments. At this time, we're going to open it up to Q&A. So our operator is going to let you know how to queue for a question. Operator, thank you. Our first question will come from George Condon from National Journal. Please go ahead. Question great. Thanks a lot. I was wondering if you could focus a little more narrowly on President Biden's goals in the summit. What would make this a successful trip for him? And two sides on that is he likely to face a lot of questions about a return of Trump? And what do you expect from any kind of meeting with Xi? Ms. Montfort, thank you, George. Stephanie, would you want to start out with kind of what success would look like for Biden on this part of the trip? Ms. Siegel, sure. I think, yeah, as far as the G20 piece goes, and I think it's helpful, the press statements that Jake Sullivan made last week, because I think there it's pretty clear that the goal is to demonstrate that there is, I think he referred to it as the value proposition and what is on offer for the countries of the global south. I think the strategy there is to demonstrate that there are bilateral tools, but then in the context of the G20 that there are multilateral tools, and multilateral tools that are led by the United States. And so I think that there is a desire to present a willingness to support and strengthen those institutions. And then I alluded to in my earlier comments on specific funding requests that are pending that would actually increase not only the amount of financing but the concessionality of that financing, and make that available not only to low-income countries, but also to middle-income countries. So a number of the G20 members themselves. So I think at least, again, in the G20 context, it's kind of the economic and financial offer and a willingness on the part of the US to lead and strengthen the tools that are out there for many of these countries. Ms. Montfort, thank you. And then Greg or Rick, did either of you want to jump in here as well before we move to our next question? Mr. Poling, I don't think I have any, particularly brilliant thoughts on what might come out of a Xi-Biden conversation. I think I can say that in Vietnam, if the president doesn't walk away with a formal partnership, then this trip will have been a disappointment. But I don't think he would be going to Hanoi if they didn't already have a firm commitment to do that. And that is, I think, a pretty big deal, considering that this is a communist state that will never be a US ally, on the border with China, sending a pretty loud political message that they are worried enough about Beijing that they're willing to elevate the US relationship formally to the highest level that they have in their system. And all of that driven by anxieties about China. Mr. Rosso, I can mention briefly on, concerns about elections, that actually both the United States and India have elections next year. It appears that Prime Minister Modi, has a pretty good shot at returning to office, just because the opposition still remains quite fragmented. But Indian politics and elections, you never quite know. But India has actually had relative success in engaging both Republicans and Democrats, even President Trump. They saw him as an important security partner. I think his more active approach on trying to confront China was warmly welcomed in India, even though we actually had a real escalation of a lot of trade fights with India during the Trump administration. So I think they look forward to that strong security posture, which, I don't know if you would say it was correctly, but they felt that it was a lot more aggressive, which is what India was hoping for. But they will miss, I think, the fact that, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that President Biden has actually been fairly supportive of actually seeing US investors consider India as another destination. And that's something where, I think during the Trump administration, it was come home or nothing. And so for India to see them being presented as an option is something that I think has been warmly received in Delhi. But India has had success, going all the way back to the President Bush administration, engaging Republicans and Democrats on security matters and commercial matters pretty well. So they've had relative stability in a lot of ways. Ms. Montfort, thank you, everyone. We'll go on to our next question. Operator, it will come from Paris Juan from Voice of America. Please go ahead. Question: Hi, can you hear me? Ms. Montfort: Yes, we can. Thank you. Question: Okay. Yeah, thank you for doing this. My question is, you did mention about the critical supply chains that have been moving out of China and into India, and we know also Vietnam and other countries. And just wondering, so at the G20 and ASEAN, what can we expect, like semiconductors and other industry supply chain issues, and also issues such as South China Sea freedom of navigation going to play a role in the ASEAN and G20? In this statement, especially? China will be also attending the G20. Thank you. Ms. Montfort, thank you. Mr. Rosso, I can lead off the stage real quick with just a quick India. Ms. Montfort: Yeah, please, go ahead. Mr. Rosso: Yeah. Just a quick India note on this. I think we've all seen some pretty significant announcements of telecommunications manufacturers and suppliers that have announced significant India investment plans recently. And it does feel like there's a bit of momentum. But actually, if you look at the government of India's own numbers on foreign investment into their country, it's actually dropped by about 30% in the last year. So we got a couple of one-offs, I think, that provide a spark of excitement that maybe companies are finally looking at India as that next best destination, or one of the next destinations after China. But the numbers haven't really shown that to be real. Now, with some of the announcements that were made during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Washington this summer, you got, sectors like semiconductors, where US companies are actually announcing manufacturing intentions. The infrastructure in India still can't easily bear those kinds of investments, the quality of electric power and water, and such like that aren't really at the standards these companies look for. And so it's really kind of creating a need for Indian government to develop unique infrastructure if they want to attract and land these significant investments, which you can't do for landside of investors that are coming into the market. So it feels to me like it's been a couple of nice one-offs. It's hard to see yet that that's going to, it's triggering a wider set of momentum. And in fact, the numbers actually show that investment is trailing off at a time that everybody's kind of hoping it'll start to spark an increase. So that's the India angle. But I know Greg will have some thoughts on the Southeast Asia side of it. Mr. Poling: Yeah. Nobody's benefited more from the China Plus One strategy of companies seeking to diversify supply chains more than Vietnam. Vietnam is facing a bit of a capacity issue. I mean, you can only take in so much investment, so much new industry at a time. So they are facing some infrastructure crunch. But they continue to be the major beneficiary here. And then the Philippines, Indonesia, and in certain sectors Thailand and Malaysia, are also benefiting. Philippines and Vietnam are likely to have the fastest growth in the region this year and next. On semiconductors, I mean, this is not an issue you're going to see taken up, I think, in the ASEAN joint statements in any real way. A lot of these economic issues aren't. And that's partially because the Southeast Asian countries, while they focus on intra-regional economic cooperation, they're actually competitors in these spaces. I mean, if you're talking about semiconductors, whether it's packaging, testing, etc., there's significant competition between Vietnam, Malaysia, to a degree the Philippines in EV and battery. There is significant competition between Indonesia and Thailand in nickel and lithium for battery production. Right now, Indonesia owns the game, but both the Philippines and Vietnam, probably with a lot of US backing, want to get into the game. So there is a certain amount of zero-sum competition in the region. Not everybody can benefit from the divergent investment from China. So they are competing among themselves. As for the South China Sea, it'll come up. It'll be a big discussion in East Asia Summit. There will be some strong language in the ASEAN-US joint statement. But it won't change anything. And people like me will pore over that single paragraph to see if a single word was changed. But basically, it's been the same paragraph in every joint statement for a decade. It's not going to change this year. Ms. Siegel, and if I could just add to that, I think the sorts of issues that you raised in the question, critical supply chains, South China Sea, I think those are precisely the issues that would not make their way over to the G20. I think the G20 is being set up, as I mentioned before, as a forum for economic cooperation to deal with this broad heading of global challenges, which means, global financial and economic stability and fragility, pandemics, and I think, above all kind of the climate issue. So I think those are the issues, the global challenges that are teed up for discussion at the G20. And for the others, the more kind of geostrategic, I think there are other groupings, things like IPF, things like Mineral Security Partnership, that will be the 4 plurilateral/multilateral coordination. But not the G20. Ms. Montfort, thank you. And we'll go on to our next question. Operator, thank you. And the next question is from Asma Khalid, NPR. Please go ahead. Question: Hi there. Thanks so much for doing this. I have two quick questions for you all, both related to the G20. One is, if you look at some of the prior finance or ministerial meetings that have occurred this year, there has been difficulty in coming to agreement around a joint communique specifically as it related to Ukraine. I am wondering if you could help me understand the significance or lack of significance in coming to a joint communique, and to what degree you think any of that may be the case here coming into the G20 Leaders Summit. And then the other question I had is, in relation to finding agreement on economic cooperation. Last week we heard Jake Sullivan talk about wanting to reform the World Bank and sort of, like, candidly, if I could say this, I felt like the administration was trying to really walk this delicate, awkward dance of saying this isn't about China but it is about creating an alternative to China. So can you help me parse what exactly it is about? Ms. Montfort, thank you. I think, Stephanie, would you like to go first on either or both of those? Ms. Siegel, sure. Yeah, no, they're both excellent questions. I think on the first piece, kind of the existence or not of a unified communique, I think there's kind of the form and then there's the substance. So this is the issue that I alluded to before, that having Russia as a member of the G20 and basically obstructing or standing in the way for many of the tough language on Russia's aggression is what has prevented kind of agreed language in the form of a communique. I think the substance, though, is that there has been kind of an understanding that that is the grouping in the G20, and that on the substance they're able to come up with kind of agreed language on the direction of deliverables and in particular in the finance channel that you mentioned. So what we can expect, I mean, would we have a communique coming out of leaders? I think we'll have a leaders' declaration that will inform, not take the form of a communique, but on substance have some agreed deliverables or at least things that will help advance what I mentioned. Kind of what comes after this in UNGA and the SDG Summit, and then leading to the annual meetings of the fund and the bank. There will be enough there in leaders' endorsement there to actually move some specific deliverables in that fora. And then, on your excellent question about the, how do you present kind of an alternative to financing from China and bolster these multilateral institutions, I think the line from the administration, and I think there is, substance behind the line, is that you have multilateral institutions that include, 190 member countries, including the US, China, and all of the G20, that those institutions provide financing, but also provide, clear and transparent data and contracts, and that is the direction and the source of financing that the US would like to see recipient countries take advantage of, and to present them as an alternative to bilateral funding that may not come with that same degree of transparency and ambition, in particular when we're talking about energy transition. So I think that's how it's being framed. And it has the benefit of using these multilateral institutions to actually address these global challenges, because if you don't have buy-in from the full range of countries whose participation is necessary to actually get at these global challenges, you're not really going to make progress. So I think there is, there's kind of a strategic reason for, presenting these institutions as an alternative to Chinese financing, but I think there's also a need to make sure that in attacking these global challenges you actually have all of the key players around the table. And that includes China as well as, India, Indonesia, all the big economies. Ms. Montfort, thank you so much, Stephanie. And we will go on to our next question. Operator, and the next question is from Christopher Woody from Business Insider. Please go ahead. Question: Hi. Thank you all for your time today. I had two security-related questions. Firstly, on India, Richard, you mentioned a desire by Delhi for more U.S. presence in the Indian Ocean region. Is India looking for, a physical U.S. military presence and it's a larger one in the region, or is there other kinds of engagement on security issues that would kind of satisfy those concerns? And then, secondly, on Southeast Asia, there's been a lot of high-profile U.S. military exercises and other security developments, so, larger exercises and things like that. My question for you, Greg and Stephanie, is, has that security engagement outstripped U.S. engagement on other issues like economic and diplomatic initiatives? And does the U.S. need to kind of rebalance that in the region? Thank you. Ms. Montfort, thank you. Should we go in that order, just Rick start out and then Greg and Stephanie? Mr. Rosso, sure. Sure. Yeah, terrific question. I don't think India's always so great at articulating exactly what it wants because, of course, the threats are more prospective in the future. The PLA Navy has an active presence, ongoing presence and sustained, in the Indian Ocean, sometimes up to over a dozen vessels that are there at any one time. Concerns that they may have an aircraft carrier group operating in the future are voiced pretty consistently in security consultations with India. But a lot of that is, futuristic, and concerns that if we don't start working on it now it may be too late in the future. But India also has deep concerns about the United States engaging its neighbors and doing so, with differing approaches than Delhi's own. And we have a lot of differences, for instance, with Bangladesh, which has an upcoming national election as well, which none of us expect to be a free and fair election. Delhi is fairly comfortable with that because they like the incumbent. The United States a while back announced a sanctions program against officials that may prohibit a free and fair election. Similar with Myanmar, India wants to continue engaging the military junta while the United States is choosing not to. So they'd like the United States to recognize the security issues that are arising in the neighborhood. Probably the single biggest thing that they'd like to see the United States doing more of today is trying to head off a circumvent. And this kind of gets to the last question on regional infrastructure. Is some of China's strategic infrastructure investments they're making in the region that India is concerned could be positioned for some military utility in the future? And this is in Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and other parts of the region. That's really where a lot of the forward-leaning issues are today. The United States actually has a physical presence, of course, in the Indian Ocean, Diego Garcia, the military base in the middle of the Indian Ocean, as well as some presence along the periphery, the African coast. But Diego Garcia is the main position that we have right now. And that, of course, is under some debate as well, as, the British are expected to hand this island chain or hope to hand this island chain back over to Mauritius at some point in the future. And that would, call into question this naval presence that we've got there. So what form and function India desires is a little bit unclear. I think today they'd like to see the United States more forward-leaning on competing with China for some of these strategic infrastructure. But a military presence, nominally they have an interest because they don't want to see China becoming the dominant power, but they want to make sure that the United States acts militarily and security-wise in the region in ways that are consistent with India's own viewpoint. Otherwise, it could cause a bit of a rupture between us. So it is a difficult needle to thread, I think. They want us there, but the form and function is yet to be determined, and to see the United States kind of following India's lead, which is not always how the United States operates best when we look at international relations. So a lot to unpack for the president when he's out there for sure. Mr. Polling, so, look, you're absolutely right that there's been a ton of activity on the security front. And most obvious, in South Asia, the most obvious area is in the Philippines. There's been more progress in deepening the Philippine alliance in the last 2 years than there was in the last 40. And that marches in lockstep with the deepenings we've seen in US-Australia, US-Japan, US-ROK alliance, and the networking. We've also seen a lot of practical cooperation with non-allies, especially on maritime security, Vietnam, Indonesia, to a degree Malaysia and Thailand. And all of that is demand signals from the region, and it's mainly driven by Chinese bad behavior. So the US can't dial that back. It's not about rebalancing in that sense. But certainly economic engagement is a weak spot here. The one place where the administration has done reasonably well, I think, and Stephanie can speak to this more than I can, is on energy transition and climate change issues. You've got the $20 billion Just Energy Transition Partnership announced last year in Indonesia and the $15 billion Just Energy Transition Partnership with Vietnam. But outside of that singular issue, the administration really doesn't have a coherent economic strategy for Asia. It's hard to find anybody who's enthused about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework because nobody really understands what's in it or what it does. What the region wants is free trade and market access. And that's the one thing the administration is not willing to give. So that's going to remain the Achilles heel of their engagement with the region. Ms. Siegel, yeah. And I can just pick up a bit on that. I mean, economics has actually traditionally been kind of a stabilizer in overall relationships. And I know, over the past few years, we've had that notion challenged, and kind of economics has turned more into kind of economic security. And that's translated then into discussions over, whether it's decoupling or de-risking. I think still the economic engagement piece is a source of strength for the United States. But as I've said whenever given the opportunity, I think it's important to remember, in DC a lot of times we think about, kind of a global system consisting of two countries when we talk about economic security and economic competition, and that's the US and China. That's not the reality. And in particular, when we're talking about, the trip to India and the ASEAN and East Asia engagement, for so many of the countries, I'd say all of the countries in the region, they all have critical economic relationships with China. And so, any sort of strategy that we have toward the region needs to recognize that reality. And we need to come with tools that leverage our strength. Anyone that's been following the region for a while will know that, the Trans-Pacific Partnership and then, evolved into the comprehensive CPTPP is still, I think, for a lot of folks, where we'd like to see the US go. But that's not really on offer right now, so we need to be thinking about other ways to engage. And I mentioned earlier the IPEF. As Greg alluded to, there's not really kind of concrete proposals that are reassuring partners what the US is bringing. But I think there's a framework. And what many countries in the region are looking for, if it's not just market access, then it is kind of partnerships and collaboration on, IP, for instance. And that gets into some of the, the emerging technologies on the climate side. So I think they want to be kind of included in those groupings. And ideally, if that were to come, eventually with market access, I think that's the eventual goal. Ms. Montfort, thank you all. And thank you, Christopher, for your question. We will go on to our next question now. But first I think our operator will remind everyone on how to queue if you joined in late. We'll go to Jenny Tang from Radio Free Asia. Please go ahead. Question: Hi. Can you hear me? Ms. Montfort: Yes, we can. Question: Okay, thank you. Thank you for having this briefing. And my question may be for Stephanie. My question is, what role do you think China will play in the G20 summit? And also, do you think that President Biden and President Xi will meet in the summit, as what had happened in 2022 G20 summit? Thank you. Ms. Montfort: Thanks, Jenny. Stephanie, would you like to go ahead? Ms. Siegel: Sure. Yeah. Obviously, China plays an important role in the G20. And as I think I'd mentioned kind of my earlier comments, with the focus on economic cooperation, I think kind of a discussion on the global economic outlook is going to be kind of front and center. I mentioned earlier kind of the US and Biden coming into that discussion from a position of strength. I think a lot of the concerns will actually be around the outlook for the Chinese economy. So I would expect that she will be trying to reassure the gathering that they are, focused on trying to strengthen and stabilize the Chinese economy. And I think, from a kind of global sentiment perspective, having this sort of fora in the G20, where you actually have leadership from the US and China engaging in this sort of multilateral setting, is good for global confidence. I think there is, obviously an opportunity for, if not a formal billet, then a pull-aside between President Biden and Xi. And it would be coming, on the heels of a steady stream of cabinet-level officials to China. So I certainly think that that's on the table. And I think for many, seeing that kind of engagement, knowing how tense the relationship has been and knowing that there have been concerns for misunderstanding any kind of opportunity to have that sort of engagement, should be welcomed. Ms. Montfort: Thank you, Stephanie. And we'll go on to our next question. Operator, the question is from Alex Ward from Politico. Please go ahead. Question: Yes. Thanks so much for doing this. I guess my main question here is, and I came in late, so apologies if I missed, but, obviously it's the G20. Biden's going to want to make his pitch, that Jake Sullivan and others that you guys mentioned have made, which is, the US is the greater economic partner here. Look how bad China's doing. We're the better force. And I'm wondering if he actually has a good story to tell here, if he's going to be meeting with a receptive audience, not just at the G20 but, the audience he's trying to reach, or if he actually has a lot of sort of work to do, and that's why they're gearing up on this pitch so aggressively. Thanks. Ms. Montfort: Thank you, Alex. I know we talked about maybe a little bit of that, but I think we can dig into it a little bit more. And then we'll also get you the transcript after. But Stephanie, or does anyone want to kind of start out, dig into that question a bit? Ms. Siegel, sure, yeah. No, I think I did mention kind of at the top, I think that's exactly it. I think, again, making the forum very much about kind of the economic cooperation, I think, plays into, giving President Biden an opportunity to boast a little bit about the strength of the U.S. economy. The U.S. has recovered incredibly strongly from COVID. And he has a very good story to tell that Bidenomics, his economic policies, are working in terms of actually bringing down inflation and continuing with strong economic growth. And so I think he certainly is coming into this from a position of strength. And as I mentioned, the second largest economy, China, is the one where there's a lot of concern right now about the strength of growth and, a lot of the concerns that folks have had over the past decade about the debt buildup in China and whether or not that bubble could be burst, and if there's a lack of confidence now domestically. I think for countries that are trying to decide, how they are aligned, I think the economic story is one that certainly benefits the U.S. right now. Having said that, as I mentioned before, countries in the region, I think, globally do not want to be in a position to choose. China has historically been a source of bilateral financing to many countries in the emerging market and developing world. And I think that source of financing has certainly slowed, if not entirely dried up. And so this, goes back to why I think what the U.S. is able to present as an alternative to that, and whether that's bilaterally or, as I was mentioning before, through the multilateral institutions, I think it is a good moment for the U.S. to be able to kind of underscore those institutions and U.S. commitment to those institutions as an alternative. Ms. Montfort, thank you, Stephanie. Rick or Greg, did you have anything else you wanted to add on to that point? Mr. Rosso, well, I'll just say. Mr. Poling, I can't really speak to the... Mr. Rosso, oh, go ahead, Greg. Mr. Poling, no, go ahead, Rick. Mr. Rosso, well, I was going to say that I won't speak to the world, but I know from India's vantage point as president of the G20, they would certainly want to support alternatives to China. And from India's vantage point too, the United States has been, a critical economic partner. We're India's largest goods trade partner, the largest investor into the country, and as well as the largest services partner. And the only major trading partner with which India actually has a trade surplus. So they want to echo anything that offers optionality. And the United States has really been India's own preferred partner. So I think at the very least, for those kind of messages, we'll have a pretty conducive president of the G20 sitting at the front of the table. But over to you, Greg. Mr. Poling, thanks. So when it comes to Southeast Asia, the problem for the administration is you have a ton of U.S. private sector activity, and U.S. has the biggest stock of investment. But that's not what people see. And it hasn't been winning on any of the trends. The U.S., China is the biggest trade partner of every country in Southeast Asia. It's the largest investor in terms of annual flows in recent years, for almost every country. It's the largest provider of development assistance, even if that development assistance doesn't meet the standards of the US and the OECD, and the biggest provider of loans. So there's a huge hunger for more US engagement. And I think President Biden can tell a good story, particularly in a slowing Chinese economy. But they've also got this big problem, which is that Jake Sullivan and Catherine Tai and others have made the pitch essentially that trade deals and market access are irrelevant, that these 20th century arguments about market access are not actually necessary and distract from the point. And they haven't been able to convince anybody outside of the US of that. I don't think anybody in the region buys the narrative that they don't need market access or wouldn't benefit from it. So the lack of the proactive US trade policy carries the headlines, no matter what other initiatives they launch. Ms. Montfort, great. Thank you so much, Greg, and also Rick and Stephanie. I think we have time for one more question here. So we'll go to whoever's next in the queue. Operator, thank you. And that's Si Yang, from Voice of America. Please go ahead. Question hi. Can you hear me? Ms. Montfort, yes, thank you. Question thank you. Thanks for doing this. I have a question about the China and India. I read a recent article in which is saying that India has long viewed itself as a more qualified leader for the global south. And to add to the discussion we mentioned, India, at the G20, India will help focus Western attention on the developing countries. So I'm just wondering, will this summit help to bolster India's image as the leader for the global south? And also, given the closer relationship between India and the West, Do you think it will make India a more qualified leader for the global south? Thank you. Ms. Montfort, thank you. Rick, would you like to go ahead? Mr. Rosso, yeah, I'd love to say that, yeah. I'd love to say that's the case, but, you know, a lot of countries respond more to checkbooks than they do to organizing forums and things like that. And, you know, between India and China, China obviously has the larger checkbook and has been very much willing to use it. India has really focused a lot of its attention on its own neighborhood when you talk about real development assistance, because recognizing when Prime Minister Modi came to office 9 years ago that China had really steadily built up relations with countries along India's periphery. And so a lot of the money and the checks that India's been writing have really been to their own neighborhood. But yeah, in recent years, India has tried to reassert its own leadership among developing nations. They do, you know, have, I think, a little bit more entree to Washington than China does, when they talk about trying to broker differences on climate finance and things like that. So, you know, their voices is listened to quite a bit more, just because they have a more positive relationship with the United States and Western countries. But, you know, not every country kind of responds to that. Small steps they've taken, for instance, too, like getting the United States to support India's position on bringing the African Union into the G20, these are helpful. But, you know, again, money talks. And India still, outside of its own neighborhood, doesn't roll out the level of funding development assistance that China has been doing. And so sometimes that's going to kind of preclude really building up those kinds of connections for countries that have a lot of critical development needs, and China has been able to assist on.
大家好，我是华尔街电视的小安，为大家主持一档新的节目《亚洲大眼睛》。什么样的内容，您慢慢看就知道了。2023年9月9日，印度将在印度新德里举行 G20 峰会。那究竟首次担任轮值主席国的印度，为这次的峰会做了什么样的准备呢？而这一次的峰会又可以带给印度怎么样的机遇？让我们一起来探讨。2022年12月，印度正式成为20国集团 G20 轮值主席国，这也是印度首次承担这个职责。印度总理莫迪就表示，印度将轮值主席国主题确定为同一个地球、同一个家庭、同一个未来。印度将致力于促进人类和谐和全球安全。那什么是 G20 集团？G20 集团成立于1990年代后期，席卷东南亚经济体的金融危机之后，作为财政部长和央行行长的论坛，2007年升级为包括国家元首和政府首脑。在2008年全球金融危机期间和之后， G20 集团的协调努力有助于平息恐慌并恢复经济增长。G20 集团包括横跨各大洲和欧盟的19个国家，约占了世界国内生产总值 GDP 的 85%。除联合国、世界卫生组织、世界银行、国际货币基金组织等国际组织外， G20 集团还邀请了孟加拉国、新加坡、西班牙、尼日利亚等非成员国。那印度担任2023年 G20 轮值主席国将发生什么呢？在大流行后经济复苏、地缘政治动荡和充满不确定之际，印度接替印度尼西亚开始担任为期1年的20国集团 G20 轮值主席国。那 G20 集团没有秘书处之类常设执行机构，每年都有一名成员接任轮值主席国，指导该集团议程，而该议程分为2条路径，一条是由财政部长领导，另外一条则由成员国领导人特使领导。那继印度之后，巴西将接任 G20 集团轮值主席国，随后南非将于2025年接任轮值主席国。在其任期内，印度将在大约50个城市举行200多次的会议，部长、官员和民间社会将参与其中，并将于2023年9月在首都新德里举行盛大的峰会。来自 G20 集团成员国和受邀国家的约30位国家元首和政府首脑将出席此次的峰会。那莫迪就呼吁通过国际合作来处理全球问题，概述了该国对 G20 的态度。莫迪在一份声明中就表示，不能通过互相斗争来解决气候变化、恐怖主义和流行病等挑战，而只能通过共同行动来解决。莫迪还强调，需要将全球粮食、化肥和医疗产品的供应去政治化，这样地缘政治紧张局势就不会导致人道主义危机。莫迪的声明反映了新德里的立场，即必须通过对话和外交解决由俄罗斯2月入侵引发的乌克兰冲突。那 G20 对印度意味着什么呢？ 峰会的时间安排在2024年印度大选之前，这可能有助于莫迪进一步树立他作为国际领袖的声誉。然而，当前复杂的地缘政治和经济形势将对印度和莫迪塑造国际对多重危机的反应提出挑战。那根据西班牙埃菲社报道，印度外长苏杰生就表示，印度已经邀请了西班牙、孟加拉国、尼日利亚、毛里求斯、埃及、荷兰、阿曼、新加坡和阿联酋这9个非 G20 国家参加峰会，但乌克兰不在此列。印度斯坦时报评论就称，印度怠慢了乌克兰。俄罗斯消息报则指出，苏杰生表示，我们决定不邀请基辅参加峰会，因为这是一个讨论全球经济增长问题的平台，这应是峰会的重点。G20 不是联合国安理会，它不处理全球安全问题。他还积极评价了印度与乌克兰的经济和政治关系，并表示，印度总理莫迪最近与乌克兰总统泽连斯基举行了会晤。那在印度表明不邀请基辅参加后，乌克兰副外长托奇茨基表示，乌克兰希望参加 G20 峰会，因为峰会将讨论经济问题。他称，我们认为俄罗斯终止黑海港口农产品外运协议不仅对非洲和亚洲国家，而且对全球经济都是一个重大挑战。这就是为什么基辅正在和合作伙伴印度及其他将参加峰会的伙伴共同努力争取得到邀请。那印度在担任 G20 轮值主席国期间举行的所有 G20 部长级会议均未能达成联合声明，这与成员国在乌克兰问题上的分歧不无关系。印度论坛报报道称，印度外交部希望在9月的峰会上 G20 领导人们能够达成一项声明，表明他们对于在各个部长级和工作组会议上讨论并达成一致的重要事项的承诺。报道就提到，泽连斯基在西方国家的支持下，还有其他方法可以在 G20 上展现存在感。在去年于巴厘岛举行的 G20 峰会上，泽连斯基被允许发表视频讲话。今年在赴广岛参加7国集团峰会之前，他突然出席了阿盟峰会。而另一方面，印度外交部8月28日晚就发布新闻稿称，莫迪与普京通电话，转达他将无法出席 G20 峰会，改由俄国外交部长拉夫罗夫代表出席。莫迪对于普京的决定表示能够理解，并感谢俄罗斯支持印度在担任 G20 轮值主席国期间所提的诸多倡议。新闻稿就指出，两人也检视了多项双边合作项目的进展，并就双方关切的区域性和全球性议题交换观点，包括不久前于南非大城约翰内斯堡进行的金砖国家 BRICS 峰会。那国际刑事法院 ICC 今年3月对普京发出逮捕令，理由是他犯下强制迁移乌克兰孩童到俄罗斯的战争罪行。那分析人士就认为，普京若到新德里参加 G20 峰会，有可能为印度造成困扰。此外，俄罗斯目前也深陷乌克兰战事，普京同样没有亲自出席在约翰尼斯堡举行的金砖峰会，而是以视讯方式参与。另一方面，俄国塔斯社引述克里姆林宫发言人佩斯科夫的说法报道，普京将于稍后决定以任何方式参与 G20 峰会。那拜登将出席高峰会。白宫新闻秘书卡琳让皮埃尔通过声明介绍称，拜登总统和20国集团伙伴将讨论一系列共同努力应对的全球性问题，包括清洁能源转型和应对气候变化，减轻普京在乌克兰发动的战争对经济和社会的影响，以及提高包括世界银行在内的多边开发银行的能力，以更好地消除贫困，包括应对全球挑战。G20 放眼非洲。另一方面，印度在20国集团 G20 商业峰会中表示，将在今年的 G20 峰会中重点关注非洲联盟的困境和其发展前进，并邀请其成为 G20 正式成员国。法新社就报道，莫迪表示，印度将重点关注发展中国家，并提议非洲联盟正式成为 G20 的成员国。莫迪说，我们有一个包容性的愿景，本着这一愿景，我们已经邀请了非洲联盟成为 G20 的正式成员国。他说这一点非常重要，因为真正紧迫的问题是他们所面临的问题，而印度本身就是南方国家的一部分，不会袖手旁观，任由这种情况发生。印度外长苏杰生也表示， G20 迄今已深议了债务上升、可持续发展、气候行动和粮食安全等等影响中低收入国家的问题。G20 的核心任务是促进经济增长和发展，但如果不解决非洲及南方国家的关键问题，就无法推动经济增长和发展。 目前南非是唯一一个 G20 非洲成员国。那非洲联盟总部位于拥有55个成员国 ，GDP 总额达3兆美元。去年12月，拜登曾表达非洲联盟作为常任理事国加入 G20 的愿望，并保证这事将会发生。那峰会在即，印度则忙着赶猴子。新德里市政局出动了30多人扮演猴子，模仿攻击性较强的夜猴吼叫声。那夜猴是体型较小的猕猴的天敌，猕猴横行破坏印度首都新德里绿意盎然的政府官属地区。新德里市政局副主席乌帕德亚说：“我们不能将猴子从他们的栖息地赶走，所以我们必须出动一支30至40人的队伍，训练他们吓跑猴子。”那他说：“我们将在代表团下榻的每家饭店安排人员，以及在通报目睹猴子的地点。”尽管在这个印度教徒为主的国家，猴子受到尊重，但猴子也带来了令人头疼的问题，经常破坏花园、办公室和民宅屋顶，甚至为了抢走食物而攻击人类。数十年来，新德里街头游人带着经过训练的夜猴巡逻，但在法院裁定将夜猴关在笼中的做法太残忍后，这种人猴巡逻的情况已经不复见了。那在新德里的其他地区，警方则利用弹弓和棍子赶走这些动物。猴群也很聪明，街头上树立的猴形立牌放着猴子的声音，不消3天就会被这些灵长类识破和被撕烂。有人不免质疑这些驱猴政策能否发挥作用。那印度时报则问道，要多少夜猴立牌才能改变猴子的想法？那20国集团峰会即将在下月在新德里登场，印度政府在如火如荼进行安全部署，包括在各大酒店派驻便衣突袭队员，以便保护与会元首们的安全。另一方面，印尼 News 18电视台也引述不具名官员的话说，大约1000名中央后备警察部队 CRPF 的精英，过去2个月都在接受训练，除了提升保安能力外，也学习各国文化与习俗，以免触犯宾客的禁忌。报道也称，特种部队已经开始检查相关酒店的楼顶，了解可否在发生紧急情况时投放特种部队。此外，元首车队的司机也全部由警务人员担任。在峰会会场，新德里警方将部署4000人力维安，会场外面安排1300名便衣警察和400名交通警察，管制交通和维护周边安全。
新冠疫情又回来了，不应该伴随着它而来的是一场毫无意义的全国性恐慌。华盛顿邮报评论版。根据华盛顿邮报的一篇观点文章，公众不太可能再次接受限制性的 COVID-19 疫情缓解措施，无论公共卫生当局说什么。麦卡德尔 Megan McArdle 认为，在疫情期间，个人自愿决策一直比政府命令更重要。研究表明，法律限制只导致了 7% 的消费活动减少。在疫情期间，对疾病控制与预防中心 CDC 的信任下降。麦卡德尔认为其在社交距离和戴口罩等问题上的指导存在缺陷。然而，麦卡德尔也承认需要一些努力来控制病毒，比如改善通风情况。Vivek Ramaswamy 的口若悬河的无知。纽约时报评论版。在最近为纽约时报撰写的专栏中，大卫·弗伦奇探讨了美国公民无知的后果。弗伦奇认为，糟糕的领导加剧了公民无知的问题，将其从一个可控的问题转变为一个可能对国家产生灾难性影响的危机。他引用了令人担忧的研究结果，显示美国人对自己的历史、政府和彼此的了解缺乏知识。弗伦奇认为，只要领导者和机构将真理和知识作为优先事项，公民无知就不是一个严重的问题。然而，公民无知、腐败的领导和党派敌意的结合，导致了一个公众与政治现实脱节的局面，其后果正在被感受到。弗伦奇描述了唐纳德、特朗普和维维克·拉马斯瓦米等政治家如何否认自己的错误，并坚持他们的谎言。他认为，当政治阶层的关键成员放弃任何知识或真理的假装时，一个无知的公众无法追究他们的责任。弗伦奇得出结论，民主需要一个知情的公众和一个基本诚实的政治阶层，当两者都失去时，民主实验就处于危险之中。俄罗斯正在掌控联合国的网络犯罪条约。外交政策。联合国关于网络犯罪条约的谈判已经演变成了民主国家和威权政权之间关于互联网技术和人权未来的争斗。 美国及其盟友在联合国反对俄罗斯和中国，试图塑造这项旨在打击网络犯罪的条约的草案。尽管该条约的目标是促进有关网络犯罪活动的信息共享，但威权政府正在推动他们自己的议程，可能导致数字压制。如果成功，该条约可能允许各国打击政治异议、自由媒体和在线内容。西方国家主张加强人权保障，并有拒绝共享与政治迫害或压制相关的数字信息的理由。这些谈判受到密切关注，因为其结果将影响未来关于网络问题的国际协议，并为国家政府和地区集团如何处理网络犯罪和数字权利设定标准。选择临终关怀，就像吉米·卡特那样。纽约时报评论版：临终关怀对许多人来说是一个难以接受的概念，然而它并不是放弃希望，而是要充分利用我们剩下的时间。成功的临终关怀关键在于早期入住，卡特家庭已经从中受益。这应该成为决策者重新考虑现行法规的教训，以便所有美国人都能享受到临终关怀的全部好处。尽管在家中接受临终关怀是一种理想化的幻想，但与家人和朋友在一起，接受舒适的护理，要比在医院里好得多。临终关怀在世界其他地区已经得到很好的发展，然而美国很难接受死亡是不可避免的事实。看到卡特一家选择临终关怀是令人感动的，即使在死亡面前，他们也是有远见的人。对于美国和越南来说，和解之路是由个人的努力铺就的。华盛顿邮报评论版：越南外交官最近为美国官员举办了一次午餐，以庆祝乔·拜登总统即将访问河内。在午餐期间，越南外交官强调了美国和越南之间令人瞩目的和解，并建议将其作为哈佛商学院的案例研究。他们描述了越南如何在冲突和战争的历史背景下，在冲突结束后派遣使者去与前敌人接触，以减轻他们的失败之痛。外交官们还指出，美国未能从对手的角度看待越南战争。午餐会上出席的有印太地区国家安全委员会协调员库尔特·坎贝尔，他在改善美越关系方面发挥了重要作用，以及保罗·伊格纳修斯，他是肯尼迪·约翰逊政府的前五角大楼官员，也是本文作者的父亲。拜登总统对越南的访问将标志着印太地区的重要战略重新调整，并将包括提供美国帮助寻找在战争期间失踪的数十万越南人的遗骸。美国能否改写其对菲律宾援助的痛苦历史？外交政策。根据外交政策的一篇文章，美国必须重新思考对菲律宾的军事援助方式。菲律宾是印太地区美国军事援助的最大受援国，但由于该国的人权滥用和戒严历史，这种援助备受争议。文章认为，美国应该优先投资于人员培训，而不是军火销售和昂贵的武器交付。他建议美国将资金转向军官培训，增加菲律宾学生在国际军事教育和培训计划中的名额，并制定政策来追踪和阻止美国防务物品的滥用。文章还呼吁国会在审查军事援助和调查美国纳税人资金使用方面发挥更强的作用。跨性别恋童癖者正在嘲笑英国。英国电讯报评论版：作者认为，自我认同即个人可以宣称自己是不同性别，对于性侵犯者来说是一场灾难。他们指出了几起所谓的强奸案，其中被告宣称自己是女性，以便可能获得更宽松的对待或进入单性别空间接触潜在受害者。作者认为，这对真正的女性是极其冒犯的，而自认为是跨性别男性的人与生理女性并不相同。他们认为，犯罪统计数据不应因将犯下性犯罪的男性记录为女性而被扭曲，而在性犯罪案件中，自我认同为女性的男性应该被询问其动机。想要办公室员工回来吗？这些激励措施比强制要有效。华盛顿邮报评论版：华盛顿特区正面临一个挑战，即如何使市中心地区复苏，因为员工们迟迟不愿返回办公室。该市正试图将办公空间改建为公寓，但这个过程需要时间。为了鼓励员工回到市中心并支持当地企业，该市应该实施一个为市中心冒险的计划。这个计划可以包括在9月份发放$10的午餐优惠券，免除食品车费用直至年底，雇佣私人安保人员增加安全性，周末在市中心提供免费或降价停车， 降低到年底开设小型企业的费用，大力推广活动和餐馆，并邀请名人到市中心进行宣传。这些措施将有助于降低人们进入市中心的障碍，创造吸引员工和游客的活力。市政府需要迅速行动，不要等待市中心行动计划的最终确定。市中心华盛顿特区的成功依赖于让人们回到这个地区，使其成为一个令人兴奋和吸引人的目的地。尼基·海利在堕胎问题上并不是温和派。华盛顿邮报评论版。前南卡罗来纳州州长尼基·哈雷将自己定位为在堕胎问题上持温和立场，但这是极具误导性的。2024年，共和党总统候选人很可能会对堕胎采取强硬立场，尽管哈雷试图将自己呈现为更温和的形象。他曾表示，立法应该关注潜在的共识领域，比如禁止晚期堕胎和允许医务人员拒绝参与他们反对的程序。然而，哈雷此前曾支持全国性堕胎禁令，这表明他打算限制堕胎权利，并在共和党有足够选票时最终实施全国性禁令。为什么共和党对中国如此着迷？纽约时报评论版。据彼得·贝纳特在纽约时报上的文章称，共和党将中国视为美国的主要威胁，这是根植于长期保守传统的。贝纳特认为，共和党对中国的关注源于一种历史上的精神父权主义，这种传统延续到了现代。在冷战期间，领先的共和党人将中国视为真正的威胁，而不是他们认为是分散注意力的欧洲。那个时期最有影响力的共和党人中，许多人要么是美国在华传教士的子女，要么曾经担任过传教士。这段历史有助于解释为什么普通共和党人比民主党人更重视来自北京的危险。贝纳特认为，如今的共和党人将中国视为一种文明威胁，尤其是在种族方面。该党的基础选民，包括白人福音派，对中国政府怀有强烈的敌意。这种对中国的关注使许多人将共和党人称为孤立主义者，然而贝纳特认为他们实际上是亚洲优先主义者。共和党回归亚洲优先主义是有问题的，因为该党内部的许多人认为中国的崛起对白人基督教权利构成威胁。是时候与普京进行谈判了吗？纽约时报评论版。这一集的观点之争讨论了乌克兰持续不断的战争，以及美国应该在其中扮演的角色。主持人还讨论了为什么共和党似乎更感兴趣入侵墨西哥而不是保卫乌克兰。他们还带我们回到了一个充满魔法师和NTV Rats 的神奇国度。这是西蒙·拜尔斯最大胆的动作，你也可以做到。纽约时报评论版。西蒙娜·拜尔斯 Simone Biles 选择将自己的安全和福祉置于虐待和有毒的体育体系的要求之上，重新定义了体育胜利。这是前竞技体操运动员拉里·纳萨性侵案的举报人拉赫尔·登霍兰德 Rachel Dan Hollander 的观点。登霍兰德认为，像拜尔斯这样面临巨大压力，被迫按照别人的要求表现的运动员，激励我们重新定义胜利，并意识到我们的价值不是由成就来决定的。拜尔斯因为扭转症而选择退出比赛的勇敢决定，使他的胜利对粉丝们来说更有意义和鼓舞作用。患有禽流感的猫，威胁越来越大。纽约时报评论版。全球 H5N1 禽流感疫情已经摧毁了野生鸟类和家禽，并不断传播到哺乳动物，使其离潜在的人类疫情更近了一步。关于芬兰毛皮农场失控的 H5N1 疫情，或波兰家猫中神秘爆发的疫情，做得还不够。芬兰是欧洲最大的毛皮生产国之一，正在与圈养的水貂、狐狸和浣熊犬之间的疫情做斗争。科学家警告说，这些物种已被确定更有可能进化出一种可以感染人类的变种，导致人类爆发。与此同时，官员们表示，今年夏天波兰宠物猫中爆发的 H5N1 爆发了至少29只动物，尽管猫主人已经编制了多达89只患病动物的名单。科学家和猫主人怀疑猫粮。这两种选择中的任何一种都令人震惊。我们仍然缺乏关于所有这些地理上分开的猫如何感染 H5N1 的答案。需要在食物链上下进行广泛的测试，以确定实际来源。这种毛皮物种极易感染许多人类呼吸道疾病，而不仅仅是 H5N1。偿还欧洲和美国的毛皮养殖者可能比应对人类爆发更便宜，特别是因为该行业已经自然萎缩。 谢谢您的收看。上面播报的内容是6度团队推荐的全球专业媒体、智库、政府机构和行业专家的最新报道、分析简报。更详细的内容，请大家去这些媒体、智库的网站阅读。这些内容并不一定反映6度简报的立场，亦不能作为任何决策的建议。6度团队由专业媒体人、学者、科学家组成的独立新型媒体，大家可以根据自己的专业要求订阅各种简报，网址是6dobrief.com。您在世界任何地方都可以通过电邮收到6度简报。
未来暗淡无光，因为党已经迷失了方向，领导层变得无能。我们不应低估中国应对困境的能力。欢迎收看智库简报：中国经济放缓的原因和影响。战略与国际研究中心。这篇评论是关于2023年8月31日 Freeman Chair Jude Blanchett 和 Trustee Chair Scott Kennedy 的一次圆桌讨论的预览，讨论如何最好的分析中国经济并展望未来。近几周来，对中国经济的情绪越来越消极，公众舆论各种各样的强调了债务、人口结构和中国与西方关系恶化等结构性问题。这篇评论反思了各种观点及其基础数据，讨论了如何评判中国经济未来表现的指标，并考虑了对美国和世界其他地区的影响。上早宣布经济永久放缓。Scott Kennedy 高级顾问和董事会主席根据媒体报道，人们肯定会认为中国经济处于危机边缘。报告似乎普遍持消极态度，以至于我的怀疑论者雷达正在闪烁鲜红的警告，告诉我不要太快接受常识。在分析师中，大多数人同意外交关系委员会的刘宗元和 Rhodium Group 的洛根、赖特以及 CSIS 的观点，及长期的结构性问题，如债务和人口结构，终于开始产生影响。彼得森国际经济研究所的亚当·波森强调，习近平的国家干预主义及其引发的负面反应是主要的弱点。波森的同事尼古拉斯·拉迪是唯一的反对者，他仔细阅读数据后认为，宣布经济永久放缓为时尚早，并显示已经出现了一些小幅反弹的迹象。尽管直接观察可能会产生不具代表性的个别案例，因此可能存在偏见，但在旅行和实地研究有限的时代，对于了解实地情况的感觉和外观有一定的用处。在我的情况下，这包括过去1年内2022年9月至2023年7月对中国的3次访问。在这3次访问中，我对经济的压倒性感觉是私营企业和消费者之间存在巨大的信心危机。唯一的亮点是蓬勃发展的电动汽车行业，它如此不协调，以至于与主导的糟糕情绪形成了鲜明对比。我在北京、上海和杭州私下与的公司高管、投资者和消费者交谈时，他们提出了3个共同的关切。第一个是对新冠疫情的处理不当，特别是从2022年3月上海开始封锁以来，其他地方的封锁虽然更为局部，但仍然具有很大的破坏性和压力。突然放弃零感染的做法，只加剧了这些担忧。第二个是对私营部门的打击，特别是互联网公司，并强调共同富裕，这使商人担心他们的成功无法长久。第三个是与美国和其他先进经济体之间的竞争日益加剧，这些紧张关系增加了战争的可能性，增加了对未来获取技术、市场和资本的怀疑，并降低了与西方的常规交往和接触的可行性。我与许多人交谈时，他们对自己国家的未来和自己的前景深感不确定。这些焦虑似乎已经转化为增加的储蓄和减少的投资和消费。我认为，尽管房地产行业的低迷正在挤压钱包，但更广泛的信心下降与房地产泡沫破裂的联系较小，更多与国家整体走向错误方向的感觉有关。如果是这样的话，那么尽管当局需要解决债务和人口结构问题，真正的挑战是重新树立一个公众接受的关于中国的共同积极目标的信念，减少与西方的紧张关系，并展示出治理的基本能力。这些变化不一定会导致经济繁荣，但他们将重建一种乐观主义的感觉，这将产生更大的民众接受度，并可能带来更多的幸福感，无论经济结果如何。没有任何东西能取代房地产行业成为增长的驱动力。Logan Wright 高级研究员非常驻董事会主席，中国经济的放缓是结构性的，始于中国前所未有的信贷和投资扩张的结束。简单的说，维持中国经济高速增长的因素在全球金融危机后无法再次重复，特别是在房地产建设 和地方政府投资方面，房地产行业在北京去杠杆化运动后的几年里，出人意料地表现出弹性。部分原因是开发商用房屋销售收入取代了从影子银行借款的一种形式，而这些房屋甚至还没有开始建设。但是当销售开始下降时，这一趋势受到了加剧。2022年的封锁和新冠疫情限制使开发商突然需要削减新土地购买和新建筑，同时让购房者等待他们的房屋交付。房地产行业的衰退是中国经济放缓的主要渠道，因为该行业在其巅峰时代占 GDP 的 20% 至 25%。新的年度住房开工量下降了 57%， 在未来10年内，该行业可能仍将保持在其以前规模的一半以下。在中国经济中，没有任何其他行业能取代房地产行业成为增长的驱动力，这解释了过去2年经济增长如此剧烈放缓的原因。这些问题的加剧是中国领导层打击充满活力的私营部门企业和行业，如互联网平台公司、教育和辅导公司的结果。这些运动已经结束，但私营部门信心的损害将需要更长时间来修复。小企业和服务业企业的就业在新冠疫情限制下遭受了相当大的损失，目前尚未恢复，这影响了家庭收入和消费支出。在这些挑战的规模下，对经济的政策支持是零散、被动和范围有限的。鉴于地方政府债务负担限制了基础设施投资增长，财政政策无法应对这些挑战。此外，中国政治体制的集中化削弱了除习近平以外的任何人在传递增强信心的信息方面的可信度，实施解决方案将特别困难。John L. Holden 高级研究员非常驻董事会主席有充分的理由相信，在2012年中国共产党第18次全国代表大会之前的时期，中国共产党的高层领导人形成了一种共识，即中国的未来看起来暗淡无光，因为党已经迷失了方向，领导层变得无能。在随后的10年里，北京一直在走向重新集权和通过反腐败和意识形态运动控制行为的道路。无论这些方法是否实现了其政治目标，他们都削弱了创新和企业家精神，并使领导层对许多情况下的核心问题视而不见。这些问题不是腐败，而是与其寄生性附着的国家赞助的激励体系。在没有根本改革的情况下，腐败将始终是中国政策传导机制的一个特征。对于中国面临的许多结构性和周期性问题，实施解决方案对于任何政权来说都是艰巨的。然而，在一个已经习惯了当前一套奖惩制度的体制中，这将尤为困难。展望未来，观察中国的人们将密切关注风险回报计算是否发生变化。中国的中央经济规划者和管理者是否会被赋予更大的自由度来制定创新政策？企业家们是否会冒险将资本投入到不受国家控制的新企业中？地方官员是否会尝试解决本地问题的解决方案？这些问题的答案可能取决于中南海秘密会议上的讨论中国的未来是否已经得到保证，是否不再需要通过国家安全的视角来看待一切。敬请关注。我们不应低估中国应对困境的能力。Claire Reid 高级研究员非常驻董事会主席。许多评论家认为中国最近的数据预示着中国经济的重大放缓，给中国和世界带来了新的风险。一个问题是，所有这些对中国与美国等贸易伙伴的互动意味着什么？中国会采取防御和分心的态度，还是对某些经济改革持开放态度？或者他是否更愿意做出贸易让步，以保持外部环境的稳定，同时专注于国内事务？首先，重要的是要记住，中国过去面临过重大的经济挑战，而且总能应对困境。我们不应低估中国再次应对困境的能力，即使它的超高经济增长的辉煌时期已经过去。中国的经济困境不会让华盛顿和其他贸易伙伴的事情变得更容易。没有人应该认为中国目前的担忧会使其更愿意做出让步。事实上，在许多情况下，他可能会更不愿意。中国不会就违背其自身利益的结果进行谈判。这种自身利益既包括实质政策的影响，也包括面子的关键维度，结果是否符合中国的重要性和形象。习近平总书记谴责美国的出口管制、制裁和投资政策。他说，这些政策旨在压制中国，并导致其他国家走向错误的方向。因此，从面子的角度来看，中国将抵制任何有助于美国的经济结果。习近平还明确表示， 中国需要减少对西方的依赖，因此，如果中国同意任何市场改革措施，它将只能促进习近平寻求的优质投资。这意味着只鼓励外国在中国感到落后，并希望引入外国专业知识的领域参与。目前为止，这对于任何美国谈判代表来说都是一个棘手的领域。除了对达成重大贸易或商业结果的现有限制之外，如果中国官员对中国面临的经济挑战感到压力，他们在与市场经济进行谈判时可能会更加谨慎，而不是更加放松。中国的政策变化需要在政治上没有任何负面影响。
观众朋友们好，欢迎大家来到本期的思想先驱报节目现场。在今天的节目中我们要为大家介绍的是外交事务杂志上所刊登的一篇最新的文章。文章呢是来自于亚洲学会中国分析中心。这个文章希望帮我们解释的一个问题就是，为什么中国和美国之间获得某一种稳定的双边关系，现在显得这么的艰难？在作者看来，一个根本性的问题阻碍两国取得进展是两国之间都缺乏一个双方能够接受的一个接受的说法来界定两国之间的关系到底是什么。美国人在各种各样的外交活动和公开讲话中经常说，美中两国正在进行大国之间的激烈竞争。从根本上而言拜登政府对于中国的态度也是以有节制的战略竞争为前提的。这样的一个政治理论要求双方都能够接受长期参与持续稳定战略竞争的前景。这样的策略也要求双方在红线问题上都保持透明，避免竞争升级为冲突，并为必要的合作留出空间。但是如果一方拒绝接受长期竞争是不可避免的合理状态，那么这样的战略很难发挥作用。但是中国领导人却不会允许美国以竞争来定义中美关系。王毅去年在亚洲学会进行了一次演讲，当时他说， 北京认为所谓的战略竞争是双输的态势，会给两国关系带来巨大的不确定性，并把两国推向对抗和冲突。相反，中国希望美国可以承诺以相互尊重、和平共处、双赢合作来描述两国之间的关系。而布林肯在北京会见习近平的时候，习近平更是强调了这一主题，要求两国都不要试图塑造对方，又表示和平共处、合作共赢是唯一的正确道路。这是不是仅仅是语义和词汇上的竞争呢？在作者看来，其实远远不是这样。中国要求所谓和平共处、互不干涉、互相共存的概念，是出自于中国共产党和习近平政府对于竞争这个词深深的焦虑，而美国方面其实并不完全理解北京的这一观点。实际，即使是建立军方和军方危机沟通渠道和军备控制对话这样直接的步骤，也会因为双方对于彼此意图的理解的脱节而可能受到挫折。在作者看来，中国和美国目前的紧张关系和两国之间的这一种根深蒂固的不信任，不能简单的归结成为比如说台湾问题或者是技术封锁问题这一些具体的热点问题。这个紧张局势也不是两国之间不可避免竞争的必然结果。在作者看来，现在中美两国的分歧的根源，是因为两国在世界观、意识形态、政权合法性等根本上的问题上存在深刻的分歧。很多西方人对于北京这样的想法可能会觉得惊讶，他们认为意识形态这种比较空洞的东西不应该成为影响两国之间关系的要点，而西方人呢，往往也更愿意从经济军事一些具体的问题来思考与中国的关系。他们往往也会认为中国政府关注的是国家自身的利益，潜在的意识形态在美国的对话态度中的作用其实是被严重低估的。但是在亚洲学会这一篇文章的作者看来，我们必须要认真考虑双方在意识形态上的这样的一种根本的分歧。之前我们说，美国人希望中国能够接受与美国进行长期稳定的竞争，这一种理解其实是基于古典民主自由主义中的理念。在这样的一种自由主义政治哲学的传统核心中政治竞争就是体育比赛意义上我们说的这个竞争思想的较量所有的问题通过对话通过一些争端最终是可以和平解决的。竞争双方都知道，今天的结果不是最终的结果，失败者也有权重返赛场。那么这样的政治竞争即使跟这个古罗马斗兽场的这些体育竞赛是不一样的，至少也不是生死攸关的问题。但是西方这一种对于竞争的理解，与习近平和中国领导层对于政治的看法则是大相径庭的。虽然今天习近平的政党已经远远不是毛泽东那个时代的政党了，那么所谓的什么马列主义这样的一些这个极端意识形态的条条框框，在今天的中国社会中都有所淡化。但是马列主义这样的一个语境中的竞争观念，或者叫做斗争观念，那么与西方讲的体育竞赛式的希腊罗马式的这一种竞争是根本不一样的。民主自由式的竞争在中国的政治话语中其实远远没有这么简单。在中共的语言体系中，竞争斗争是团体或者派别之间争取权力的一种原始性的兽性的斗争，只能是铲除彼此的前奏。而事实上，如果我们看到列宁主义政治史，在中国共产党早期的历史充满了各种各样的政治清洗、政治谋杀，如毛泽东曾经说的，政治斗争归根结底就是你死我活。在中国这一种斗争语境中，是不接受失败者可以掸掸尘土重新再来，今天解决不了的问题明天仍然可以和平解决，是没有这样的一种想法的。那我们也知道，习近平在2000年在接受《华夏时报》采访的时候曾经对权力有过这样的一番思考。他说，对于权力缺乏体验的人，这个远离权力的人往往认为权力是神秘的、新奇的，认为这种说法其实是不严肃的。他说了解权力必须要看透表面的这一些鲜花、荣誉和掌声。他自己形容自己说，我是看过拘留营，我看过人际关系的无常，我们必须从更深层次来理解政治。这样的一番话既是包含着对于自己早期生活经历的某一种反思和探念，同时也包括对于权力的一种比较冷酷无情的解释，不是你们想象的这样的鲜花掌声浪漫，而就是赤裸裸的所谓的深层权力。 那么这个李强啊，被认为是中国意识形态相对比较淡化的主要主管经济和实际问题的这样一位领导人，他其实也在多个场合强调，西方的言论煽动了意识形态偏见和仇恨，以至于中国现在认为西方对于自己就是包围和压迫。在西方这样的一种意识形态的言论经常被忽视，或者呢是被完全视为属于共产党的宣传。在作者看来，这是错误的。事实上，从党的最高领导层的角度来看，意识形态才是冲突的核心领域。而在中国领导层看来，美国主要的驱动力就是利用西方自由主义意识形态来颠覆和推翻他们的政权。西方在说和中国竞争的时候，在中国这一边理解就是要和我们进行你死我活、颜色革命式的斗争。如果理解中国共产党的这一种观点，在作者看来，或许我们就有便于理解为什么美国所提出的竞争框架没有办法为中美关系的一个和平稳定的发展达成一个比较良性的话语空间。拜登政府的自由主义政治观允许其将有管理的竞争视为双方避免冲突，同时追求生存甚至发展的方式，而中国共产党的领导层则把美国的这一种说法认为是一种欺骗，认为是在以所谓的竞争来掩盖真正的生存性的斗争。中国领导层从根本上就怀疑美国有关于两国竞争将有护栏、将有界限的任何保障。这也就是为什么在提及美国的时候，习近平本人以及中国共产党更多的是以颜色革命、从生存斗争、从你死我活这个角度来看待中美两国之间的关系。有的时候我们认为这可能是一种偏执狂的想法。之前我在节目中也多次向何明先生提问，就是颜色革命真的有这么恐怖吗？但是来自亚洲学会的这一篇文章就比较清晰地帮我们讲了这个问题。也许在党的这个话语系统中，颜色革命就是真实存在的。美国在所谓竞争的掩饰之下，与中国进行的斗争就是颠覆性的这样的一场斗争哦。那我们也记得2013年在习近平刚刚担任党的最高领导层之后曾经有过这样的一次讲话。如果说之前大家对于习近平对于西方的看法还有任何疑虑的话，在这之后其实就已经相当清晰了。在对党内高层领导的这一次讲话中，习近平可以说是十分清晰地表达了他对于西方对于中国态度的看法。他认为西方在竭力宣传所谓的普世价值，而西方的目标就是在人民心中的战场上与我们的党较量，要推翻中国的制度。当时习近平是严词警告党内的官员，说尽管你们看不见这一场斗争，但是现在我们在意识形态领域正在进行的这一场斗争是异常激烈的，是生死攸关的。在2016年的时候，习近平再次强化了这样的一个观点。他说说西方人是把中国的发展视为对于西方价值的威胁，他们一刻也没有停止对于中国的意识形态渗透。2017年的时候，习近平再次强调说，意识形态关乎我们国家、我们党的核心和灵魂。在今年7月，在上合组织会议上，他再次警告与会的领导人，我们都必须做好抵制西方颜色革命的准备。那么在西方看来习近平这一种对于意识形态的日益重视，无非于是出于习近平自己对于权力把握的要求，自己对于失去权力的恐惧。但是根据亚洲学会所发表的这一篇文章，中国国内一些最有见识、最了解领导层想法的政治观察者认为，实际上习近平的前任胡锦涛才是中国加强意识形态和地缘政治斗争的始作俑者。在后毛泽东时代，中国共产党其实一定时间内是尝试着缓和某一些意识形态言论，希望因为当时中国的经济非常的羸弱，希望能够和西方建立某一种比较有利可图的关系。但是根深蒂固的意识形态当时其实仅仅处在休眠状态，一旦是出现了动荡或者是危险时期，这一种意识形态的底色又会重新泛出。那么2008年在08宪章签署主张政权全面自由化的时候，中国的领导层就认为这证实了自己对于西方影响对中国共产党自身合法性构成直接挑战这样的说法。2013年泄露的9号文件再次彰显出中国共产党的这样的一种艰深的信念，就是在自由主义意识形态的驱使下，西方想做的就是要西化分裂和把颜色革命强加给中国，让中国成为一个西式的民族国家，也就是党的灭亡之日。在作者看来， 这种对正在进行的激烈的意识形态斗争的信念与日俱增的趋势，加剧了现在中国共产党和北京对于华盛顿真正意图的不信任。意识形态对于巩固一个政权的合法性当然很重要，而对于中国共产党来说，政权的合法性可能决定了它的生存与否的问题，这就是所谓习近平的生死攸关的问题。而习近平和其他的中国共产党的领导人也都明白，政治上的失败、意识形态的失败，很可能会危及自己本身的生存权限。那么，是不是西方真的是在进行一场推翻北京、推翻中国共产党的十字军东征呢？这种想法在很多西方人看来可能并不合情理，甚至直接是偏执的。现在很多西方人也早就习惯了自由主义，他们也不认为自由主义是一种意识形态，他们就好像鱼一样，认为自由主义就是水，往往已经习惯这样的环境。自由主义认为有这样的普世价值适用于全人类，而在这一篇文章的作者看来，美国其实在国外奉行的就是这样的一种理念，不仅仅是在理论上，在实践中也是如此。从第2次世界大战之后美国就开始接受自由主义最大化这样的一种理论倾向，认为任何不自由社会的存在都是对于自由的威胁。这呢，其实是根植于黑格尔的普遍主义，从历史进步的角度出发，把自由主义视为是历史的终点，是人类政府的最高级的形态和人类的最终命运。在这样的一种观点的看法下美国没有办法永久的容忍任何不自由的社会，因为不自由的存在破坏了普遍性的价值主张。而冷战之后，这样的一种理念更是加速了美国按照自己的形象来重新安排整个世界的尝试，其中很多是失败的，比如在伊拉克和利比亚的干预。而在中国共产党看来，这正是现在美国改变中国的根本动力。那么这一篇文章的作者从意识形态的角度，对于中国和美国之间的根本问题进行了这样的一番解释。我想请问何明先生2个问题。第一，作者认为美国的外交政策的一个根本的驱动点，就是认为自由主义必须最大化，认为任何不自由社会的存在都是对于美国自由社会的威胁。那么同时呢，这也导致了一系列实践中改造其他社会的努力，尽管这些努力其中有很多都以失败告终了。你认为对于美国外交政策的这种评价是不是正确？第2个问题就是，现在的习近平政府看待美国的对华政策，认为美国就是要对中国进行颠覆，认为西方就是要彻底改变中国的政治体制，这是过滤了，还是他们真的就是这么想的？这样的想法有没有一些现实上的可行性和可取性？
谢谢李奇博士就是给我们介绍的这篇文章，我还没来得及阅读但是刚才听你这么讲吧，就跟我最近看到的美国的智库的文章还是有一些不同。这篇文章似乎是一些年轻人在试图更专业性的一些角度来去了解深层次的中美关系的这种对抗的一个根由，而且呢，有一些地方表现出一个非常诚实的一种态度，也是尊重了基本的事实，就是中国的意识形态的组成是到了胡锦涛时候就开始强化。那是不是胡锦涛先生就是一定是个左棍呢？或者今天的习近平他本质上就是一个左棍呢？其实这也是我们经常争论的一个话题。像我们这一代人的成长，或者是呢这个在过程中间是中国靠改革开放这个发展起来的，成长了，改变了自己的命运，改变了社会的命运和国家的命运。这一代人呢，可以说相当普遍来讲，是认可西方的普世价值观，或者是认可中国应该向西方学习，或者说呢，就是中国这个过程中间意识形态是一个根本不存在的一种为自己阻止自己学习了解西方世界的一个借口。我们基本上对这个政府的这种话语系统是给予这么一个认定，甚至还认为呢这个是个虚假的，谁都不会相信呢中国的这个意识形态是真的。 但是对于领导人，他可能考虑的不一样。我就当时记得《求是》还是什么杂志啊，就讲这个颜色革命。实际上在江泽民时候也是有这些文章，只是当时国际社会没有那么的把中国作为一个特别关注的对象。那个时候的《纽约时报》一个星期能够上映2篇中国的报道，在第一版就大家了不起了，不像现在几乎天天都上。所以呢，中国的这个问题就凸显出来了。即使意识形态从毛泽东之后民间的淡化的色彩是非常厉害的，但是在官方实际上始终是没有放弃，哪怕是在邓小平时期，对吧？不要把这个自由化的领导人相当自由化的领导人胡锦涛先生赶下台也把这个赵紫阳给免职，这个就是当时的一个很重要的标志。在与此同时，还进行了2场运动，一个是清除精神污染，一个是反自由化。当时我们是很不理解的，我记得在那个时候的民心呢，可以说是相当的对政府的反感。有一天呢，我们在一个深夜就是一帮人在这个北京一个老知识分子或者是老领导家里就是一起因为也是个老革命，但是思想很能自由那个时候就是当时的这位人士也是遭到了党内的非常严厉的警告，另外几位是开除了党籍。那个时候就有人来敲门来敲门干什么呢？就是一个中央的机关的一个什么什么人跑过来说了，我是支持你的你保重。那个时候的一个心态跟今天就完全不同了。为什么呢？因为今天中国在一定程度上已经发展成为一个相当有实力的国家，在这个过程中间美国的对中国的态度就不太一样那个时候这个苏联东欧没有崩溃那么中国还是呢成为美国的一个合作对象，所以中国是通过这样一些事件来检视美国的对华的政策不完全是基于自由主义的这个原则。虽然美国人心是这个崇尚自由主义的美国的政客基本上不讲自由主义和民主自由价值观，但是在美国的国际政治的趋势里面，它始终是2个武器一个是务实主义就是什么东西务实，我才不管你什么意识形态呢。你觉得那个时候的毛泽东难道像今天这样还没有意识形态吗？你觉得今天的越南比中国真的就是进步很多吗？对吧？但是为了对付中国今天美国就不惜一切代价要去搞好美越关系，要对付这个苏联当时就搞好中国的关系。在中东在南美在非洲美国就感觉这个中国的领导人就感觉到意识形态的斗争是真实的确实是有颠覆，有颜色革命，甚至还有政变。但是在现实中间呢，美国其实是有务实的一套，所以中国现在就认为呢是2个东西。第一呢，你不让我强大，你要阻止我，这是你的务实主义的一个部分。第二个呢是你要是真的把我颜色革命了所以双重的恐惧和内在的一种自我傲慢实际上是搅杂在中国的决策者的这个里面所以这个事情非常值得这个细节的讨论。刚才你讲到《华夏时报》这篇文章，我也没看过但是我也不知道。但是类似这样的观点我们经常有朋友在讨论习近平的决策思想的时候会提这个问题，就是说习近平从小受到那种迫害受到那种打击那种人生的那种苦难他过早的认识了人生的那种冷酷残酷无情昨天你可能还是这个爸爸家里的自己家里的马屁精上来这个升这个礼升那个礼非常的媚俗向你这个献礼，但是回过头爸爸被贬低了以后，自己还赶出中南海你就想一想，被赶出中南海那个时候是多大的羞辱这个妈妈在党校就成为了一个这个图书管理员就是他的妈妈，然后呢他往来于这个北京和这个延安是延安吧，那么一个非常落后和贫困的地方，他所以讲梁家河对他的一个影响，其实他不可能是一个真正好的影响，那是一个真正的一个巨大的一个伤害。如果你了解中国的贫困家庭这个社会阶层，你就会能够了解那种贫困 体系里面出来的人，多半是受到心理的伤害的。那个时候，这个习近平心智也还不能说是很成熟，所以现在的某些行为就被认为呢是习近平的某一种这个报复啊，某一种畸形的一个根源。我觉得这能解释吧，还是太单一了啊。根本的原因就是呢，这个美苏对抗的时候，有一个词给中国的领导人留下了一个深刻的印象。所谓的美苏对抗，当时有一个词，我不知道李奇博士知不知道，叫准备竞赛。准备竞赛，准备竞赛就是以这个全面性的准备竞争把对方拖垮，甚至还有人说这个美国搞一套虚假的这个星空大战，还来自于这个特斯拉的这个理念啊，这种呢把这个苏联给拖垮，所以也有人早些年也就警告中国，你不能跟美国竞争，你跟美国竞争，最后面你的经济就会在军事的过程中间给拖垮啊。但是中国实际上这几年呢真打出了一副准备竞赛的一个样子啊，所以中国在理解这个美国的关系的时候，已经不太像美国自己所讲的那样啊。我美国是把人权、把价值、把自由，那当然是美国最重要的一个外交力量。但是他们认为呢，这既是你的意识形态，同时也是你的一个工具而已。你真正的目的还是要把我搞乱，真正的目的还是要把我打趴下。所以中国人这种高度的警觉啊，高度的这种受害者的心态啊，对美国人来讲是很难理解的。美国人认为我们就是竞赛呀，对吧？我们也标准了，我们该比赛呀，我们该喝茶喝茶呀。但是中国人就是说，我在这个街上开个店，你也开个店，对吧？你要把这副竞争的样子出来，你不但是跟我表示竞争，你还把周围的顾客全部叫到你那里去，对吧？甚至在路上拿着下来，非洲朋友过来啊，这个南美朋友过来哈，东方朋友过来，你们是在那边吃饭，我们这里更便宜，我们更好，对吧？习近平给你们那么一个生意招待。哎，我这里也给你国宴啊，就是说，所以中国人不太能够相信了这个拜登总统的这种做法，甚至认为拜登总统是伪善的啊。你表面上讲合作，你实际上背后面捅刀子。有人今天溜到聊天区的朋友还在聊天来说，这习近平不想跟拜登见面了，你跟你见面没用啊，对不对？你表面跟我讲半天，你回头又捅你刀子，这是中国人的一种东西。这种东西呢，就是说西方你要对付中国也好，跟中国竞争也好，或者是了解中国也好，首先要比较诚实的探讨，就了解习近平的思想到底是怎么形成的，对颜色革命的恐惧是不是完全虚构的啊？或者是跟美国的这种竞争就是出于他的意识形态，或者是出于个人权利？我觉得出于个人权利的这种独裁者的理解和原教旨主义的社会主义的理解，还是中国的一个非常表象的一个层次。这会使美国和中国打交道或者对抗或者是竞争或者是合作的时候的一个非常大的一个障碍。它会慢慢变成一个呢，彼此都在实行自己实行的日理。本来西方对中国没那么狠啊，西方的空间不完全是由政府说了算的，但是呢，这个习近平试图通过民间的这么一种表现来突破啊。你看看他为什么进基辛格，为什么进一些这个比尔盖茨，不愿意见美国的一些官员，他就想突破了这个西方这一点。但他在本质来讲呢，已经过分的警觉，过分的反弹，甚至现在从官方到民间一种非常反美的一种情绪，其实在某种程度上是习近平这种过于恐惧的这个心理造成的。而西方呢，现在也是第一本身也比较乱也在产生一种分裂和重新走过程中间。但是不管左和右都有一个共同的声音，就是中国不能再继续这么强大下去，这样继续强大下去会对整个的西方的价值体系和实际利益都会产生挑战，而不是单纯的只是意识形态而已。但是这种斗争嘛，或者是这种竞争也好，或者合作关系也好，我觉得会层次的层面是非常非常之多的。作为智库作为我们媒体要跟我们的观众讲，不能说讲清楚至少是试图要把这些层面呈现出来。所以我觉得外交事务这篇文章真的是我最近几天最近一段时间看到的非常好的一篇文章。
谢谢和平先生的点评啊。那么这一篇文章啊，其实也有助于帮我厘清我之前一直问的一个问题，就是到底这个颜色革命有没有这么可怕呀？是不是真的是像他们想的一切要灭绝所有的可能的西方的种子啊？从这个抓间谍啊，到对于这个西方的这样的一些自由的知识分子接受西方想法这一些人的恐惧、警觉，甚至对于他们相当残忍的监视和抓捕啊。那么在这一篇文章的作者看来，在中国看来，颜色革命的口子，或者是西方思想的口子，一旦打开了，往往就成了决堤之水。文章中也提到了，中国最脆弱的时候，实际上是它经济上最薄弱的时候。中国认为自己的经济在最薄弱的时候，是有可能西方思想趁虚而入，而对政权进行根本性颠覆的一刻。因此，这或许有便于我们理解为什么在过去几年中国自己的经济形势的确是出现了比较严重的恶化的时候，显得好像意识形态这一根筋是越绷越紧了。这篇文章之后还解释了一个问题，在现实中美国提出了一系列的问题，比如美国认为中国和美国之间应该设立一些防护栏所谓的防护栏包括战略核稳定的对话，包括进行军备控制的对话等等等等，包括两国军队高层进行定期的沟通。有的时候在西方，在我们看来，好像经常咱们说这个半年打一次电话，应该不是什么过分的要求，为什么中国方面就始终拒绝呢？在作者看来，这一切本质上也是意识形态的原因。北京认为所谓的防护栏其实是美国创造的一个言论的陷阱，并不是维护稳定的真正的尝试，而是为自己毁灭自己而设下的这样的一个话语的圈套。即使是美国提出的在气候变化、全球粮食安全，还有国际宏观经济稳定这一些领域的潜在合作，也被中国认为是把美国的自由主义意志强加给另外一方的工具，认为是美国在世界舞台上挤压中国的生存方式和中国话语权的手段。归根结底，中国想要的是什么呢？不是美国方面所提出的互相竞争冲突不升级，也不是美国这一边所提出的所谓的两国关系的防护栏等等等等。中国想要的是美国必须要同意两国关系的最终目标是美国不来改变中国，是两国可以真正意义上的和平共处，而共产党的统治权和统治的合法性和合理性不受到美国的挑战和美国的限制。这样的话听起来似乎很容易，华盛顿也说不会试图推翻中国政权，不会尝试改变中国政权。但是华盛顿的这一番说辞在中国来看并不具有可信性。中国不相信美国自由主义这一种方式自由主义改变世界，按照美国的样子来改变整个世界的政权分配。这样的一个历史下的今天，美国会真正的接受中国的方案，美国会真正接受中国存在的必要性。那这就涉及到了一个根本性的问题中国说的这一套美国不接受，美国说的这一套中国不接受，那中美关系岂不是永远就要脆弱危险下去吗？要改变中国对美国的看法，在作者看来只有一点，就是美国自己自身必须要对整个世界的处理方式和观察方式进行重大改变。作者在文章中直接说，美国如果要期待中国改变对于美国的看法，美国自己就必须要放弃自由主义普遍性和文化优越性的主张，明确采取一种更严格的以国家主权为中心的世界观和外交政策。但是作者也提出了，这也是一个问题，因为这一种世界观就完全是中国的世界观，你也不能让华盛顿接受中国的世界观。对于美国来说，共存意味着在技术、贸易和人权这一些问题上是可以保持压力，可以保持争议，可以出现制裁和竞争压力的。但是在中国看来，这一切都是对于中国的封堵围剿和对于中国自己的生存方式和统治方式合法性的根本性的挑战。文章作者在最后说，美国国内政治分歧的双方，不管你是共和党还是民主党，在一点上都是一致的，就是深深的根植于美国价值自身的这一种讨伐式的国际自由主义的意识形态倾向。这一种意识形态倾向的根深蒂固，就像中国共产党的马列主义本能一样，是同时同步根深蒂固难以改变的。因此在文章的最后，作者总结到说，现在两国其实是陷入了一个严重的僵局，这是一个意识形态驱动的安全的困境。但是可惜的是， 华盛顿似乎还没有完全认识清楚这一僵局的本质是什么。作者在最后总结说，在可预见的将来啊，中美两国还有可能会陷入紧张而令人不安的竞争之中。避免战争的共同愿望，现在是两国真正意义上仅存的底线了。意识形态之争不可能得到根本的解决，这使得巩固底线变得尤为重要，也格外脆弱。要巩固不发生战争这一底线，需要双方做出持久、协调和广泛的努力。中国、美国或者是双方，除非愿意调整自己的世界观，真的找到共享同一个世界的方法之外，根本没有其他选择。而在这之前，中美之间的暂时的外交关系的缓和，其实是相当脆弱的一条底线和防线。这就是作者在这一篇文章中最后给我们留下的这一个让人觉得有一点悲观的结论。但是作者呢，也给我们看到了一些光明点，就是现在避免战争，至少还是中国和美国都希望达到的。不是说美国希望真的是和中国打一架啊，也不是中国真的是希望啊和美国之间必有一战。双方仍然希望保持和平的局面，但是这一种和平又谈何容易？那我想请问一下和平先生啊，作者我觉得对于中美之间的根本性的分歧，给我们一个比较清晰的这样的一个解释。但是作者对于中美之间到底怎样寻求共存之道，其实呢似乎给出了一个比较悲观的这样的一个药方啊。那你有没有更加乐观的想法？中国和美国之间是不是有可能找到一种共存、相互理解，或者是至少某一种缓和的生存契机？
首先啊，这篇文章的后面这些大部分的这种结论呢或者是担忧啊，我都是同意的。但是这个里面有一个核心的东西，就是说双方都有一个呢战争的这个底线还在努力维护。虽然现在两国之间的这个交流啊不是那么顺畅，当然今天的中国国防部的发言人说没问题，我们还在沟通。那么中国现在的一个想法是什么呢？就是说，如果我们建立了一个像你的防护栏，就等于在一个拳击场上，你就对我开打，我还不能跳出这个防护栏中国是这么来想这个问题。那么如果我不在这个防护栏，你还得小心一点，我是不是捣乱？所以你还会对我呢北方讨好中国的战略是这个，所以就变成了就是说，现在美国呢比较焦虑拜登总统说这个习近平要跟我通电话了，习近平就不给你电话，对吧？到现在为止，你到底来不来这个华盛顿？现在王毅如果没有来之前，我们还真不能那么肯定。假如是习近平不来这个亚太经合会议，那亚太经合会议和 G20他也不参加的话，那两个中心之间的最重要的缓冲地带就摧毁了，要重新建立起来呢，并不是那么难。但是问题的好处在什么地方呢？虽然今天中国的经济出了问题但是美国的经济没好到哪里去美国你看看最近这些你看到股票是涨中产阶级的困境，对吧？年轻的困境这个甚至是商业上，我昨天讲了嘛在商业上美国的这个街道的衰败，你真的了解起来也是很恐怖和可怕的。所以双方在全球化的这个国力不仅只是中国有问题，其实美国同样也存在的一些问题所以这就是一个好处。这个好处就是说呢，我发现呢形成了某一种均衡这种均衡就是说，虽然彼此在后面捅刀子，虽然各自在走出自己的这个社群，但是双方都没有绝对的毁灭对方的这个本钱然后因为没有建立这个安全防护栏，所以双方反而要变得比较谨慎，变得的比较的这个小心拜登政府似乎在最近几个月从这方面他表现得比较清晰，所以他的3个内阁成员冒到现在的这种个人可能会受伤害对吧？你到中国去访问，在美国国内，你可能政客们就会骂你因为整个的反华反共，对吧？反习近平这种气氛已经形成了，对吧？但是他们还是去了，这就是这个西方的政治的一个好处，它还是有 务实的一个层面。但是呢，你看看商业部长雷蒙多，这已经是很令人觉得还不错的一个正常人了吧？他还是讲，那在国家安全，我们国家安全是还是不可动摇的。这个跟中共搞政治正确完全是一样的。但是这种东西到底有多大的真实的程度，到底有多大的这个边界，我们现在还不清楚。我之所以乐观的一个原因很简单，就是今天跟当年的美苏时候那种存在的意识形态的冷战是本质不同，是今天呢彼此之间已经是就是纵横交错的这种关系，有的是中美之间直接的，有的是欧洲的，有的是南美的，有的是非洲的，而这些利益呢已经是没办法分割即使你可以来讲就是一个开放的中国当然是对中国有利的，反过来讲，一个开放的一个中国也是对美国有利的。如果中国真的是像我们有些人讲的那样变成一个法西斯的国家，变成一个对文明世界的一个直接的一个挑战，对吧？撕破脸皮了，那你说这个国际社会还有安宁吗？还有安宁吗？以今天中国的国力，不要说比苏联的时候强多少，你就是不强，也是世界上的一个非常大的一个危害非常大的危害所以从国家安全的平衡来讲，我觉得美国这种没有办法，必须现在比较务实的跟中国进行交往，但是整体的政治气氛呢，这是很难逆转的，因为在这个时候，一个是美国的文化也好，美国的信仰也好，美国的价值观也好，它要像完全那种除非你真的是不行了，下一个敌人是变成了印度，那可能中国是一个战略朋友，在中国如果能够走出现在的经济困境那么呢，那对于美国来讲，那更是头痛，这个里面夹杂着各种各样的可能性，但是整体来讲，我觉得是乐观的。乐观的一个根本原因是两点：第一，不可战争，对吧？这是这篇文章里面讲的。第二点是这篇文章里面没有讲的，就是利益的纵横交错头高谁就是死你别搞半天。你举个例子来说，现在你美国和中国头高，我讲的不好听一点，哪一天你就美国变成一个孤岛了？全世界都跟中国做生意，中国是一个不讲底线、不讲意识形态价值，就讲做生意的国家。那很多国家希望这种合作对吧？美国为什么在南美、在非洲、在东南亚出现问题就是美国针对小国的时候，它这个意识形态更重所以有人就说嘛，中国人嘛可能是这个修养不大好但是呢，他毕竟笑脸跟你做生意。那美国人修养很好，但是他对你要求这个要求那个对吧？那非洲很多人就这么反应。所以这种东西是给了中国很多的机会，但是同时也让美国警觉出来，那我也改变自己所以现在原来批判“一带一路”，原来批评这个那个美国也开始学着做了。那原来这个中国人美国春节吧对吧？新年第一个访问好像就是访问非洲我也讲，反正几乎都是这样的。对吧？那对于非洲，对于美国来讲，非洲都是已经被遗忘了只有在好莱坞的电影明星或者是哪个媒体里面讲一讲那真可几乎止不住访问但是最近就开始去了所以我觉得中美之间吧，这个没有防护栏的竞争也许会变得更加宽阔因为对于习近平来讲，他是肯定有口气的不仅是拜登总统没有利用他们为了好的这种，还有一点关系，向来先让两国元首之间建立信任再来某一种竞争但而是呢，你先把全世界各路的英雄好汉对吧，一起叫过来对付中国，那你还谈什么谈对不对？那川普和习近平时候也斗但是你在之前，这个川普毕竟还是到了这个马拉戈的地方对吧？那么这个川普总统去中国的时候，那中国给他那么好的待遇他也在那个时候还是建立了一定的沟通的这个基础。奥巴马时候也是一样的，虽然奥巴马对这个习近平也不怎么样，对吧？但是也不像拜登总统的这样拜登总统好像就是两根筋一根筋呢我们呢是有防护栏，另外一根呢我会把你搞死，你是独裁者对吧？所以这两根筋同时在发生作用。美国的好处就是它的调节的功能强，它的弱点是它确实是除了它的军事有长期的战略性以外，它的国家政策是没有战略性的它是比较的有新鲜感的。也许一个新的总统上来，他愿意怎么样是怎么样因为总统在美国的外交上是有绝对的这个一定的这个绝对的一定的这个主导权。如果他愿意来勇敢的突破这一点，也许对于习近平来讲，有时候就是个面子的问题。你别看两个人打得头破血流有时候一句和缓的话，问题就解决了。
好， 谢谢啊，谢谢和平先生的点评。刚才啊，在和平先生在讲的时候，我也赶快看一看啊，现在过去的几个小时里面有没有最新的要闻，特别是有关于习近平出访 G20以及出席即将到来的亚太经合组织的这一次会议的相关情况啊。那么我注意到的是来自于华盛顿邮报的一篇报道，其中啊就特别介绍到，在私下呢，实际上啊，美国政府的官员不断的在向中国谈论的信息是，拜登总统非常的希望习近平可以参与啊11月在亚太经合在这个旧金山举行的亚太经合组织的峰会，但是目前呢，中国官方没有更多的解释。我也同时注意到印度媒体啊，那么在今天早些时候呢，也向中国的外交部询问，是不是的确习近平不去参加 G20 峰会，改由李强来担任啊？那么外交部呢是说没有更多的消息可以提供，但是啊，很奇怪的是，随后这样的一番问答啊，在外交部官方的那个每日的这样的一个网站的相关的说明上啊，也是删掉了这一段实录。那么这两条信息呢，今天是为大家进行一个短暂的更新。稍后如果我们有更确切的消息，也会在华尔街电视和今日华尔街的新闻节目中，在第一时间为大家进行更新报道。以上啊，就是在今天的思想先驱报栏目中为大家带来的在外交事务这一本期刊上所刊登的最新一篇文章，中国和美国之间的意识形态根本之争，与我们之前介绍经济的文章稍稍有一些不同，不知道对您是不是有所启发？感谢给我们打赏的观众朋友们，感谢麦团，感谢艺人，感谢五月花，感谢如是我们，感谢 Simon 周，谢谢这些网友对于我们的支持。明天同一时间，思想先驱报与您再会。
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the inaugural webinar on U.S.-China Generative AI Competition by the Asia Society Policy Institute's Center for China Analysis. We are thrilled to have you join us today for the start of a series of webinars exploring tech advancement in AI. Our focus today will be the dynamics of competition between the US and China in the realm of generative AI. And these two giants are shaping the world, and their strategies clearly hold global implications. As we journey through this webinar series, I also invite you to tentatively mark your calendars for 2 additional upcoming sessions. The specific dates and speakers will be announced later. In the second webinar, we will delve into the domestic economic implications of generative AI for China. Specifically, we will look at its potential impact on China's labor market within the context of China's current economic slowdown. Looking further ahead, our third and final webinar will explore the effects of export controls, sanctions, and investment restrictions on China's access to advanced technologies. Additionally, we will also analyze how these factors might affect China's pursuit of domestic tech advancement. But first, allow me to introduce our stellar panelists and myself to you today. I am Lizzie Lee, Honorary Junior Fellow at the Center for China Analysis at the Asia Society Policy Institute. Joining me today are Karen Hao, former tech reporter at the Wall Street Journal, Ziyi Yang, tech reporter from MIT Technology Review, Jenny Xiao, partner at Lunas Capital, and Qiheng Chen, a fellow honorary junior fellow at the Center for China Analysis here at Asia Society Policy Institute, and also a senior analyst at Campus Lexicon. Thank you so much for being here. In the first few minutes of today's discussion, we will explore the importance of AI in U.S.-China competition. As you know, today, AI isn't just a tech marvel, it's an axis around which global power dynamics tend to revolve. Its impact reach far beyond technology itself, influencing economics, national defense, societal shifts, and even international norms. So my first question goes to Qiheng. Qiheng, why has AI taken center stage in the strategic rivalry between US and China? And how do their tech advancement align with each country's broader global ambitions?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me here, Lizzie, and thanks everyone for listening in. Speaking of AI, so we have to understand that it is foundational technology, foundational to increasing productivity in every industry, and that's what makes it so essential to China's goal of industrial upgrading and pursuing high quality growth in the future. And also AI technology has this dual use nature and has a wide range of military applications. And that makes it even more critical to the long-term goal of the Chinese government. And it is one of the areas that China actually has a pretty decent shot at catching up the frontier. And we also have to look at this thinking that, as we have seen from the internet economy, that if you're a technology superpower, and given the population of China, you're going to be an economic superpower. And with that, you're going to play an indispensable role in global governance and at the geopolitical stage. And the same thinking generalized to AI, leading from technology to economic and geopolitical superpower. And in terms of how the two countries are aligning their technological advancements with the broader geopolitical and economic ambitions, on the China side, so China is betting on quite a few strategic industries, and AI being one of them. It's kind of taking a quote-unquote venture capital approach. Even if China only has a 20% success rate at being very successful in 20% of those strategic industries, and that's still a huge deal. And China definitely has the resources and the political will to bet and invest in AI technologies.
Fascinating. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
And on the US side, it's taking a more market-led approach, although we're seeing the progressives in office and a revival of the industrial policy. So this long-term competition will play on in the next decade or even longer time, and just to set up the stage, and I look forward to the discussion today.
Fascinating. So Zhe, I'd like to hear from you next. Given the rapid growth of AI, which sectors do you think are poised to reap the most benefits? And on the flip side, which sectors might encounter disruptions in the near future?
Sure. Thank you, Lizzie. Actually, I want to answer the second part of the questions first. I feel like right now, the industry that feels most disrupted or threatened by the emergence of generative AI is the creatives. You're talking about like marketing writers, illustrators, models, or even influencers who feel like they have long thought that like their industry cannot be replaced by machines, but now there is like a relatively reliable competitor, an generative AI that can do their job. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the artists or like people who do in the creative industry fearing that maybe in a few years their job will be completely taken place by the AI. And then on the flip side, I think the industries that are mostly kind of trying to take advantage of generative AI are those industries that rely a lot on the creative work, but do not see that as their base. Like, I think one good example of this is like the gaming companies. Like, obviously, gaming companies need a lot of like visual assets to keep their games running. But at the same time, they usually outsource that to Illustrator. They outsource that to other companies. And right now, they feel like this is a great way. Generative AI is a great tool for them to kind of cut down on the cost, to cut down on the outsourcing, and to run on a better profitability model. So, which is also why we are already seeing, let's say in China, some gaming companies are the most kind of adventurous in terms of adapting and using generative AI technology. And also on the other side, I also want to say that not just industries using generative AI, but also industries supporting the development of generative AI are also very much in demand right now. So we're talking about chips, data centers, everything computing. These are the companies that kind of form the backbone of how the growth of generative AI, and they have a lot of great prospects in terms of their business right now.
Fascinating, great insights from both of you. Now let's dive into the state of China's generative AI development. As you know, they've achieved quite remarkable progress in recent years, especially in its capability. So Qiheng, back to you. How has China's AI development plan influenced its journey in generative AI? And where do models like GPT fit into China's broader AI ambitions?
Well, China has been looking at developing AI very seriously, as I would say, since about 2017 with the new generation artificial intelligence development plan, and that's set the goals for where China wants to be in 2023, 2025, and ultimately achieving global leading to be a global leading player by 2030. But I would say the frenzy of ChatGPT actually took China by surprise. If you look at the development plans, China didn't identify the specific technological path to achieving the ultimate artificial intelligence, simply say AI in general. And the ChatGPT path, which is part of the transformer architecture family, is only one of the several ways to achieving that angle. And it was originally proposed by Google back in 2017 and has developed to this day what we see as ChatGPT. And it took China by surprise at the end of last year. And then we see investment pour into this area, and policymakers are also paying attention. So back to how generative AI like models fit into China's broader AI ambitions. And now I think China knows this is one of the areas they can bet heavily in. So they have a target to direct the satellite investment into. And this belief that if you know what you're going after, and China's state-driven model can have advantage in catching up the technology frontier, whereas the Chinese model does less well when the target is moving and is kind of exploring the technology, but don't really know where is the short path to success. So the success of OpenAI just point out a path for China, but China is still definitely quite far from the frontier and definitely has a long way to go.
Definitely has a long way to go. Thank you so much, Chi-Heng. Karen, I want to hear your perspective now. Can you help us highlight some of the notable milestones China has already reached in its generative AI recently?
Thank you so much, Lizzie. I think some of the milestones that we're seeing China reaching right now are quite similar to the milestones that we see in the US. There's really a mirroring effect that's happening across both countries. So when OpenAI first released ChatGPT, we then saw Baidu be one of the main companies in China that announced that they would try to develop their own version, and then they released ErnieBot. We've seen since then that there's been a proliferation of large tech companies, both in the US and China, and a ton of startups in both countries as well that are trying to catch up both to the other countries' companies and the companies within their own countries. And so you see things like Snap in the US that where they're releasing like chatbot features to their app, and then you see ByteDance release a chatbot feature to their apps. And with the open source movement that we've seen towards sort of a response to some of the more closed nature of AI models, we also see this mirroring of Meta releasing the Llama model open source. And then you see Baidu and Alibaba kind of responding with their own open source large language models. I think the two areas that might be more distinct for China, one is right now there's a huge chip crunch in China because of chip export sanctions that were placed by the US in October on China. And so one of the milestones that I think we should be tracking to basically figure out whether or not China can overcome this challenge is how many of these generative AI models are actually being built on domestic chips. And thus far, I think one of the only contenders is Huawei has built a large language model called Pangu on its Huawei Ascend chips. But that is still, it's a little bit difficult to tell whether or not China really does have a domestic chip that would be capable of bringing more generative AI applications broadly across the country. And I think the other thing is China's actually ahead in the respect of regulation, which we'll touch on, I'm sure, later. But China's made more aggressive moves in trying to regulate this technology, both in some ways that we would not want to be learning from and in other ways that we would. And so that's sort of kind of the general landscape right now that we're seeing in China.
Very clear. Thank you so much, Karen. Now let's turn to the driving forces behind the tech advancement we see in AI, the institutions, the companies, and the researchers. Jenny, over to you now. Can you please shed a light on the major corporate players in China that are driving innovation in generative AI? And how are Chinese research institutions contributing to research and nurturing talents in this field?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. I think that's a really interesting issue to discuss. I think a couple of points that I want to make here. One is there's the usual suspects, the big tech companies of China that are pushing generative AI development, but it's usually more for product development and not for pushing the frontiers of generative AI. That's mostly because these corporations have been suffering quite a lot from the tech crackdown of a couple of years ago, and a lot of them were cutting their AI research and development teams a couple of years ago. And I remember just before ChatGPT came out, everyone in China, all the big tech companies, Alibaba, Tencent, all of them were oh, we're just gonna let go our AI researchers, or I'll get them to do product and do something profitable instead of doing AI research. So I think the funding from the corporate side, from the major corporations, is a little bit unreliable given how they are struggling themselves. I think in addition to the corporate side, the big corporations, there's a lot of startups in China that are trying to do generative AI. This has been a trend over the last 6 months or so, and a lot of people that I know have come to me or to other venture capitalists, and they were oh, I'm starting this AI company in China. Do you want to invest? And unfortunately, we don't invest in China, and we just said no to everyone. But there were a lot of people out there who were really interested in starting AI startups. A lot of people, at least 10 teams, were oh, I'm going to become the OpenAI of China. And my take on it is that they're not very consistent. So they're interested in AI for 2 months, and then afterwards they're not going to work on this, which is unfortunately what happened because a lot of these startups are pivoting, or they decided to drop the whole idea of building Gen AI models altogether. You've seen this really prominent co-founder of Meituan who came out a few months ago saying he's going to do a big Gen AI startup, and he's given up on that. And Meituan has bought his Gen AI startup, and a lot of prominent startup founders in China were oh, I'm going to do an AI startup that builds Gen AI models, and a lot of them had have kind of rolled back their ambitions a little bit over the last few months. So I think this is a field that's definitely less hot nowadays compared with 6 months ago. And on the institutional side, and educational institutions and government funded institutions are probably playing a larger role in developing the fundamental technologies. And in particular, I think the universities of Tsinghua, Peking University, they're doing a lot of work. And also you're seeing government private sector alliances, such as BAI, pushing out a lot of really interesting LLMs. And they were actually the first to go into the LLM sector before it was hot. They started pushing out models back in 2020. These are GPT-3-like models, and they've been working on it for a couple of years now. So I'd actually say they're probably at the frontier of LLM R&D, whereas the corporations are more interested in the application side.
Right. Speaking of what corporations are interested in, are there specific products or use cases from these Chinese companies that have garnered attention from investors?
I think compared with the US, there is definitely a lot more, I think the use cases in China are more concentrated. So everyone in China, every other company in China, Gen AI company in China, is a chatbot, and every other company is an image generator. It's just very, very concentrated in a handful of sectors. And I think this is because their models aren't aren't as good as the models that American companies have access to, and therefore they're not able to build more complex use cases on top of their technology. So it's really very, very simple use cases. And I think what is interesting though is in Silicon Valley, like if you look at how many people are building LLMs versus building applications, there's like a lot more people building applications versus building the foundational models. Like there's only like a handful of major companies that are building foundation models and like hundreds of application layer companies. Whereas in China, you kind of see you know, a lot of people are building on the foundation layer because there is less of a clear winner in the foundation layer. So a lot of people are like pouring money into building, you know, the OpenAIs of China, trying to become an API company. Whereas like in the US, like fewer companies are doing that. And in China, there's like a lot of application layer companies, but these application layer companies are usually concentrated in a couple of very simple use cases rather than the complex use cases that we're seeing in Silicon Valley.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Jenny. And as we start to dig deeper into the unique strengths and challenges that China and US each faces and brings to AI competition, Ziyi, here's a question for you. How do you think the research landscapes differ between China and the United States? And how do the talent pools of China and US compare in terms of AI research and applications?
I actually think there are a lot of similarities between the research environment in China and in the US. There are a ton of research talents, and there are actually a lot of collaborations going on too, like research institutes working with each other. I will point you to a report published this year by the Stanford Human-Centered AI Center, I think. What they're finding after kind of like going through all the scientific publishings of AI is that China has published way more papers than everyone. However, in terms of like the impact, the citations, the US still leads there. So we are seeing that a lot of Chinese researchers are working really hard and very diligently, but they're still catching up to kind of the knowledge advantage the US researchers have. The other thing the report also pointed out is that even though there are still more collaborations going on and happening, the pace actually slowed down. I think that actually speaks to the larger environment of kind of like scientific collaborations, like freezing and slowing down, which I believe Karen actually can talk more about that. But yeah, that's like one of the things we're seeing, that like actually they might go on more kind of separate roles from now on because of like the geopolitical tensions, everything else. The last thing I want to note is that I think in both countries, we are seeing that a lot of times the companies actually take a more leading role because there's a very high cost that comes with developing generative AI models, because of you need to spend on chips that's training and running the algorithms. So sometimes the institutions don't have that much financial backing to justify spending on that years over years. And the companies, especially the companies that feel like they have a chance to be like the first mover or to have an advantage in the industry, they are actually more financially capable of investing in it. But we're also seeing like kind of like them then cooperating with the academic researchers, like funding their research in terms to like getting their research using their product. So we're seeing like really a lot of them tangle together. But I think in this case, like US and China don't differ that much.
Not that much of a difference. Thank you so much, Ziyi. So Qihong, I know this relates to your research. Can you talk a little bit about data accessibility and data availability in China, and how pivotal is that issue, if that is an issue in China's progress or further progress in AI?
Right. So the conventional recipe for success in AI is talent plus data plus computing power. And I would say data is one of the three areas among the three that China has the most ability to mobilize resources and have control over. And China has been, in the past several years, have been engaged on the efforts to optimize the allocation of data resources, meaning that unlocking the data that are now used by one party and making that available to other parties that have a better use cases for the data. And we have seen initiatives to establish data exchanges to facilitate this kind of reallocation of data resources. But the degree of success, I would say, is still questionable at this point. To my knowledge, the vast majority of the exchanges still happen off the exchange, meaning that it happens directly between the two parties, not through the exchange. But China is also trying pretty hard at unlocking the value of public data pushing government agencies to release public data for AI training and for use in AI applications. It's still a work in progress, and but I would add to a caution to this conventional thinking that China sits on a vast trove of data is that China's PC or the internet ecosystem may not be as developed or as a long history as the US, that you may not have this an ocean of data to scrap from and to fit into large language models. More data is in the mobile ecosystem, which is more closed off and is controlled by the big corporations. And so it still remains to be seen if China is really abundant in training data for large language models.
Really important caveat. Thank you so much, Qiheng. Jenny, I want to hear your thoughts on this. You mentioned this sort of distinct path between fundamental models, LLMs, and applications between US and China. Are there other sort of niches or specializations that each country is leaning toward at this moment in generative AI, as far as you can see?
Yeah, I think a lot of traditional trends that we're seeing in the mobile era also applies to the Gen AI era. Specifically in the US, a lot of companies are building B2B products. These are like products that serve other businesses. These could be like products for the financial sector, for healthcare, if you're serving like doctors, or say, you're serving lawyers, like legal tech products. Whereas in China, most of the products are 2C. So like these are like products that directly serve customers. And the big difference between these two types of products is that 2C products tend to be more hype driven. So people are like super interested in this app and everyone's like downloading it. Whereas like B2B products are more like, oh, we need to like do enterprise sales. We need to get all these like big companies using our products. And China has always been very good with the 2C play, but like very bad at 2B, because a lot of Chinese companies don't want to buy software. And this has been a bottleneck for Gen AI companies in China. And they're like, oh, I really can't sell software. No one's going to buy software. They only want to buy my product if I provide consulting. And this is a trend we continue to see today in the Gen AI era. On the 2C side, I've actually seen some pretty cool applications. A lot of people are building chat apps for gaming, like NPCs, and also people are building, I don't know, like AI girlfriend, boyfriend. That was like a whole trend a couple of months ago. And also people are building stuff like, like AI, like psychologists or whatever. And there's a lot of like really cool 2C products. And also in addition to language generation, a lot of folks are building video generation, right? Like short form videos. That's something that TikTok brought to the US. That's like getting pretty big in China. I've had like a couple of companies, come up to me and they're like, hey, I'm building this short form video generation generation platform or generation app. It's also a form of Gen AI, but like less talked about in the US. And like there's a lot more interest in that in China. But I just wanted to like double click on a question that we were talking about earlier, which is like data accessibility. I think what is interesting here is I heard a couple of companies tell me or like tell other venture capitalists that they have exclusive access to some government data in China because they have like a close relationship with some sort of like government official, or they were guaranteed by a local government that they can get access to like all of the hospital data in their province or all of the hospital data in that certain region. And that's like really interesting because for US companies, that kind of data is really, really, really hard to get. A lot of like health tech companies in the US are really struggling to collect data, and I think they absolutely envy the data access that a lot of Chinese companies have.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Jenny. We already sort of touched upon this a little bit, but let's talk more about regulatory landscapes in both countries. Qiheng, how is the regulatory environment in the U.S. shaping the development and deployment of generative AI technology, and also for China?
So the U.S. is still in the very early stage of developing concrete laws on AI. Still in the discussion stage of how to go from the general principles to very concrete harms, and to map out what existing regulations can be applied to harms originating from AI, and what new regulations specific to AI need to be developed. We have seen a kind of whole of government approach to addressing the governance of AI. You see quite a few agencies within the US government claiming that the AI fall under their regulatory power. Notably, on the discrimination and bias side, you have the joint statement from FTC and 3 other agencies. And also the White House, pretty notably, around the end of last year, issued the blueprint for AI Bill of Rights that basically laid out 5 principles and mapped out how local and federal efforts tied back to those 5 fundamental principles. And again, about a month ago, you see the voluntary pledge of several leading AI tech companies that they're pledging to having robust red teaming and also watermarking their AI products. So you have seen this industry-led, this bottom-up efforts coupled with the top-down, some of the guiding principles, and forming the early stage of the AI regulatory landscape in the US. But it's going to take quite a few years for the Congress to really materialize any AI regulation, if there were to be any. And in this vacuum, the tech companies would just need to navigate the water and having a robust internal compliance and risk management programs, and helping shape the discussion on AI regulation.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Qiheng. Karen, I also want to hear your insights. In what ways do you think China's regulatory approach toward AI differ from the approach employed by the United States?
China is definitely much more aggressive, and it's also much more top down. Like Qiheng mentioned, that in the U.S. it's really driven bottoms up by the companies, but in China it's the government that's really setting the pace on what they want to see generative AI used for, and where they do not want it used for, or the ways that it should be developed and shouldn't developed. And we've seen this just generally in a lot of like cybersecurity and internet regulation. China sort of tries to keep up with the clip of technology development, in part because of a fear that when you have new technologies that could really influence the information ecosystem, they really want to try to contain that as quickly as possible. So you see in a lot of the regulations or the laws that come out, whether it's a cybersecurity law or there was like a deep fake synthesis regulation that was just enforced in January this year, you'll see this language like any algorithm or any generative technology that has social mobilization capabilities needs to make sure, like the companies need to make sure that they kind of button up their technologies and don't end up influencing the internet environment, the digital ecosystem, to misalign with the party. But at the same time, because of this aggressive clip, China has also been quite ahead in some other areas that are more aligned with sort of Western democratic or liberal values. Like watermarking was one that Qiheng mentioned, where a lot of US companies are exploring this idea of how do you inject some kind of digital fingerprint into these generated outputs so that it's easier to track on the internet, so that you can reduce misinformation risk. That's something that the EU has also introduced into their regulatory frameworks. And now that's something that China has also introduced, whereas the US still doesn't really have like a formal law at the federal level that is looking at requiring something like that. So this is what like some China policy analysts have sometimes told me is like the sweet and sour approach of Chinese regulation. Like you get a little bit of parts that you're kind of concerned by, and then other parts that are actually, it's very clear that China is listening to the global regulatory discussions and trying to pluck things from the EU discussions or the US discussions that they think would also be quite beneficial for their environment.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Karen. Another common question I receive about China's AI capability is the effect of the censorship regime, which can cast a significant influence on information flow and the direction of technology. So, Ziyi, your thoughts on this? How does China's approach to internet censorship intersect with its AI development? Are there instances of AI technologies being utilized or adapted for surveillance or censorship? And how does censorship interact with AI?
Yeah, so actually, when Jenny just mentioned that, like, in the West, a lot of actually in both countries, a lot of the generative AI are used for like 2C products. So this means that everyone can access like the models and ask questions and get their answers. The problem that comes with that is that there's a lot of unpredictability when it comes to what people are going to do with the models. And that is a big risk for Chinese companies, because China has had this like very comprehensive censorship system that goes into basically every social media platform. So they also need to kind of like adapt that censorship machine into the emerging generative AI products that's going to introduce more like unpredictability, introduce more sensitive conversations. So I think what we have seen so far is that the Chinese companies have been very careful navigating that landscape, especially like there have been a lot of Chinese companies releasing their AI products, but very few of them have opened them like completely accessible to the public. They're going to require you to register with your real name. They're going to require you to register with a business entity. So they kind of want to control the risk in terms of like what people are going to generate and what people are going to attribute to these companies when it comes to like contributing in the production of this kind of sensitive discussion. So that's very interesting, and we didn't really see it here. The other thing is that we are kind of seeing how they approach this question from a technical standpoint. Like, do they just block certain keywords from being asked, which is more like the search engine, like this Web 2.0 censorship mechanism, or do they use something else to try to prevent the models from saying things that the government doesn't really want to hear? For example, I think recently Biden's released their, like a week ago or something, Biden's released their own kind of like ChatGPT bot alternative, and people have realized that if you ask a question, let's say about the Chinese political leaders, the Bidens will actually generate the answers first, and you kind of see that as they type the answer. And then once it's done, it will again block that and say, actually, this is like a politically sensitive topic, and we could not generate that for you. So this is like a new territory. Like, people don't really know how to censor a AI model, so they're trying all kinds of ways. But I feel like soon, like, they're gonna find maybe there's like an industry standard in terms of how to censor this kind of conversations. Unfortunately, I think that's gonna happen soon. And again, to another part of the question, I don't think we have seen much of like how generative AI has contributed like innovatively to surveillance yet, because it's still very much in development. But we're more seeing kind of a continuation of the previous challenges to freedom of speech, to access to knowledge, like replicated in generative AI, because all these companies are so fearful of the political liabilities that they may have for introducing models without having some kind of guardrails there.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Ziyi. Jenny, back to you. How does the general public in China perceive generative AI, particularly in the context of state censorship? Are they getting around it? Are they just complying with censorship? What are the workarounds? What are your strategies and reactions?
Yeah, first of all, I don't think a lot of general public are very concerned about the censorship. I don't think a lot of them are very aware of the censorship, including the ones that have like played around with these tools. Their reaction is, oh, this tool is like very dumb, right? It's not a very good chatbot. It's not as good as the chatbots in the West, and they're not aware that that's because of the censorship layers, like behind the scene. And actually, like, interesting anecdote, a Chinese CEO once complained to me that his chatbot can't even count from 1 to 10 because there's 8 and there's 9, which is, I always think this is a really funny story, but it also tells you how dumb the Chinese chatbots are. And I think, you know, the general public usually complains about it from a user experience perspective. Like the user experience isn't great. The chatbots are kind of dumb. They're not really aware of the deeper causes. And if they are, they're probably used to it because this is like what the Chinese internet looks like. This is what Baidu, what all the search engines look like. So it's not particularly strange to them, but I do think the AI community in China is very aware of censorship requirements, and this is one of the main barriers to them releasing better chatbots. This is one of the barriers for them to make better products and make more innovative uses of their products.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Jenny. So we are coming to the close of the formal discussion part of our session, but I really want to hear Karen's perspective. This came up during our offline conversation. We talk a lot about U.S.-China competition, but let's just not forget that there are still opportunities for collaboration. What kind of opportunities for U.S.-China collaboration do you see, Karen, between the two countries in the realm of AI?
Thank you, Lizzie. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this because I do think that the competition lens sometimes dominates the discourse so much that we really do forget how much cross-border connection there is and how much we should be fostering that in cases like generative AI, where it is a really transformative technology and it's going to be global and borderless, and you're going to want to have some kind of like international norms around it. I think in AI already, we've seen like AI before generative AI became the term of the day. We were already seeing so much U.S.-China collaboration. There's this Macropolo study that showed that it globally, like a third of the AI talent comes from China, a third of it comes from the U.S., and a third of the talent in the U.S. comes from China. So there's just looking at people-to-people flow, there's a constant exchange of ideas that's happening. And there can be continued collaboration on beneficial applications like AI in drug discovery, scientific advancement, education applications, financial applications, things that are just generally beneficial or like helping combat climate change, improving healthcare outcomes. And the other area that I think cooperation is really important is the risks and the harms. And we've seen some efforts with this. The Beijing Academy of AI hosted a conference that Jenny actually pointed me out that brought together some of the leaders in China and the US on AI research. So Sam Altman appeared digitally. There was an executive from Anthropic that appeared digitally. There were professors from MIT, from Tsinghua, from Baidu, from all of the major firms that were talking about some of the ethics and harms and making sure that together, like these two big AI superpowers are actually communicating with one another on what should be the guardrails moving forward for developing this technology. So I think both the benefits and the risks are really, really important areas of cooperation.
Fascinating. Qiheng, the world is not just the United States and China. How might other countries, position themselves in this whole U.S.-China AI competition or collaboration? Where are the other countries in the picture?
Right. So my base case is that the technology companies will come from China and the US. Mm-hmm. And then the rest of the countries will just need to see where you are standing. So EU will still be super relevant because of its regulatory power and competency. And you may also have some other developed countries that have a very open system of open engagement with the United States that's going to benefit from access to US AI technologies, while also open to governance cooperation with EU and the US. And then you may also have another group of countries that I think the top concern is more about equal access to AI technology. So that's one dimension of looking at where other countries sit. And another dimension is looking through the lens of geopolitics. I'm quite worried about that we're going to see a bifurcation of the AI ecosystem. One is US-led and one is China-led, and we don't see much interaction between the two, not just in terms of talent and technology, but also in terms of governance. And you see governments that may have a demand for censorship technologies may resort to Chinese companies to fulfill that demand. And this bifurcation will have much wider implication in terms of the global AI governance.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Chi-Hung. Karen, back to you again. What are some of the ethical and societal considerations both countries should prioritize as they advance in the realm of AI?
There's so many. Well, one thing that's top of mind for, I think, a lot of people right now is this challenge around misinformation. So a lot of these generative AI tools, they are not truthful because there is no sort of knowledge base that it's drawing upon. This is called hallucinations in the technical world. So that's a problem that really needs to be thought about. Just whoever is developing generative AI tools, whether it's US, China, or elsewhere. Also, protecting workers' rights. I think we're seeing a really big wave now of, like with the protests in Hollywood, of workers in many industries feeling a lot of squeeze. So you also mentioned like influencers feeling this pressure where they think that they could be replaced by generative AI, or even the threat of being replaced is starting to put pressure on their wages, their job security, their economic outcomes. So those are areas that I think both technologists and policymakers around the world should really be collaborating on to figure out how do we ensure that as we move into an increasingly automated generative world, that we still have dignified long-term jobs. And I think the last that I'll mention is like data privacy and consent. Like there's also a really big global debate now around whether or not we should be allowing all of our data to be consumed by these technologies to create them. And artists are kind of protesting this, journalists are protesting this, and comedians, actors that are all sort of challenging this idea that their content that they put online under different circumstances should then be just used wholesale in the production of these technologies. So I think that's another area that regardless of where these tools are developed, and even for jurisdictions that aren't necessarily developing the tools, but are actively thinking about how to regulate when the tools come to their jurisdictions, that should be a really big area that should be sorted out.
Looking into the future a little bit, Jenny, what disruptions or innovations could emerge on the global tech landscape due to US-China competition, due to development of AI, as far as you can see?
Yeah, I'll talk about disruptions first. Just going back to Chi-Hung's point that there might be a bifurcation in the AI world between the US and China. There's going to be like a US AI sphere, and then there's a China-led AI sphere. I have no doubt that that's going to happen. And in fact, this is already happening. Just give you like a very, very concrete example. Nowadays, it is almost not impossible, like very, very, very hard for like US investors to invest in China. And this has like a couple of downstream effects. One is China's AI landscape is really going to lack the venture capital that's needed to grow a lot of these applications. A lot of funds in China that have like a very strong AI focus are telling me that, oh, they can't raise capital from the US, but because traditionally 90% or 70% of their capital, their money comes from US university endowments. And these endowments are pulling out of China-based funds because of national security risk, and because I think the Biden administration came up with a couple of policies that prevent American investors from investing in China. And also there's this very big venture fund in China that is also like a branch of a US fund that received a letter from Congress a couple of weeks ago warning them about investing in China, and also like asking them to appear in front of Congress to explain what exactly they're investing in and what they're doing. So on the capital side, I already see these as two distinct spheres. It's very hard for Chinese investors to invest in the US either because there's like all sorts of KYC KYC rules that US AI companies put in place. And these are like KYC, know your customer. That means they have to do background checks on all of the investors. And the US has a lot of like very strong like investment restrictions for China-based investors investing in the US. So like, I really think these are like two very distinct spheres. A lot of American companies are suspicious of people with Chinese work experience, especially if they work for like ByteDance or Baidu. They're always worried, are you going to like steal my technology and give it to a China-based company? So I think there's going to be a lot of disruption and there's going to be two spheres. And on the innovation side, I think what's interesting is I think the competition is definitely pushing hardware innovation in China, as all of these companies are switching in China. These China-based companies are switching to their domestically produced hardware. That pushes innovation on the China side. And also on the American side, because there's this risk or fear of China, a lot of government agencies are pouring more money into supporting AI research, especially like fundamental research. And I think, you know, there might be interesting innovations that are coming out from this competition, but I'm more worried about the potential for a US-China AI arms race.
With that, that concludes the first part of our discussion today. Now let's turn to some questions from the audience. The first question is for Ziyi. What are the other strategic industries in China besides AI?
Sorry, is this about kind of like what other industries could utilize AI more? That's how I understand the question.
So I think the question is about the other strategic industries in China.
So
not
outside
just
of AI.
Yes, outside of AI.
Right. I think right now, I mean, Chinese tech companies are already having a moment because they have a lot of influence. They have a lot of users in China and also sometimes outside the countries too. I think a few industries that I really focus on, one is electric vehicles. China is kind of like the world leader on that. It's like years ahead to a lot of the other countries. So that's one industry where you can see really kind of the energy transition happening in real time. And you kind of can use that as the example to see how other parts of the world will kind of answer to the question of energy transition. Other things, I would say chips. Chinese government has made it very clear that it really wants to invest in chips, not just for AI, but for a lot of other uses too. So how are Chinese companies going to rise up to the challenge or not? How are they actually going to kind of challenge the current Western domination in terms of cheap manufacturing? That's also another interesting thing to look at. The last industry I will mention is just that there are a lot of like the to consumer tech industries in China. They are really prosperous because they're just like a huge user base in China, like 1.4 billion people. The great example is e-commerce. Chinese e-commerce companies, platforms are very developed, have very comprehensive features when you compare it to, let's say, Amazon. So that's also a front where you're really seeing like kind of a lot of the technology innovations, including generative AI, like being applied to real world use cases like very soon, basically like as the first adopters of these technologies. So yeah, this kind of like two consumer, very human labor intensive in tech industries. I think those are very interesting to watch too.
Fascinating. We have another question from our audience for Karen. Do you have a take on the state of non-generative AI in China, like pattern recognition, decision support, etc.? For example, the application cases could be autonomous driving, cars, drones, etc. Where are China currently in those fields?
Yeah, I think AI is non-generative AI has sort of, in the same way that it has in the US, sort of just become kind of part of the digital infrastructure in China now. It's sort of hard to point out any application that doesn't use some kind of pattern recognition or some kind of machine learning that's happening. And I think this is where sometimes when I talk with Chinese developers or engineers in the like consumer app spaces, not for generative AI, but like ByteDance, there's always this question of like, oh, is there something about the AI that is super ahead in China that is making ByteDance have like a stronger recommendation algorithm or something like that makes it become really viral globally? And this is where it becomes like, often people say that it's not really about the AI. Like the people working on the technology, they're like, it's not about the AI at that point, because once AI is infrastructure, it's kind of commoditized. Everyone kind of has similar versions of it. And at that point, it's actually more just the product design, the user experience, all of the other different features that are being put into these technologies. I think the flip side of that is when it comes to something like autonomous driving, which is like, it's like a different category of AI applications. This is where, again, it's not necessarily about the AI, it's actually about the policy that is leading China to potentially start getting ahead, because in self-driving cars, a lot of automakers mention that they actually need regulation for this particular application to advance, so that they know what kind of safety guidelines they should be designing to on the roads, and they have some kind of framework for essentially the blame of what happens in an accident. And China has been more aggressive about pushing out these kinds of regulatory frameworks, which enables more innovation in that space. So I think, I guess to answer the question, like if you were to compare the US and China on like non-generative AI technologies, it's kind of almost the same now in terms of the actual technical infrastructure. But the ways that we're starting to see differentiation is from the other aspects of the technology development, whether it's the regulatory environment or the like user experience, product design aspect of things.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Karen. Another question from the audience for Jenny. How should young people get prepared?
Prepared for
like AI, for like AI field future, I guess this is a kind of a job security question.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd say like just get into AI. That's my biggest piece of advice. If you're like considering, hey, should I do banking? Should I do consulting? Should I become a lawyer? I just say like, whatever you do, try to equip yourself with AI skills and try to really understand what's happening in this space, so like that your job doesn't get disrupted. And I think, you know, young people should always be more entrepreneurial, always like try to be at the edge of technology instead of like waiting to be disrupted. Another piece of advice in the context of US-China competition, and I hate to say this, but I always tell young people or like my friends, pick a side. Like whether you want to be in the US or you want to be in China, if you want to start a company, if you want to work somewhere, pick a side. Like this is not an era where you could be cross-border, where you can like have a career in both countries. That's going to get harder and harder. I think for young people, they really need to pick a side and like be very clear what the trade-offs are and be very determined to like stay in one country or the other. It's going to be very hard for them. It's not the 2010s anymore. It's going to be hard for them to build a career in both countries.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Another question for Qiheng. Would you say China has much more potential in terms of high quality data, which can be collected from different sources without the concern that we normally have in the West, such as privacy concerns and, you know, GDPR, et cetera, et cetera?
I think that depends on who are the data processors you're looking at and what are the incentive structures. If you look at the PIPL, the Personal Information Protection Law, it has quite a few similar features with the GDPR that you see and pretty robust protection of data privacy in China. But add on to that, I would say there's an emerging view among some of the scholars in China is that the GDPR is too stringent and it actually has a negative effect on innovation. And China definitely doesn't want that. And you're going to see more discretion in terms of how the government is going to enforce the laws, including the PIPL. And they're going to think about who are the winners and who are the losers. They're not going to let everybody worse off. If you look at the mobile app transparency requirements and the enforcement on mobile app privacy, and you see the government focus on enforcement on the big players. And there's some research that has emerged saying that it has helped driving up the user engagement rate of those big apps because people trust more of the data privacy being protected at those big apps, and smaller apps benefit from more new download and new users signing up because they're switching away from the big apps. So you're going to just see more practical enforcement that's going to keep an eye on innovation, not just regulation.
Thank you so much, Xiheng. Another question, I'm going to give this one to Karen. How do you see Hong Kong's role in China's AI ecosystem?
It's a great question. I think Hong Kong's role is very confused right now. I think it used to be a bit of a connective tissue in that, Western companies could use Hong Kong as a bit of a launching pad to get into the China market, and Chinese companies could use vice versa, Hong Kong to get out. But at the moment, because there is such a big bifurcation that's happening between the US and China on AI technologies, we're actually seeing a phenomenon where Hong Kong is becoming a bit of a no man's land, where no one wants to offer their technologies in Hong Kong anymore because they just don't know what the rules are. So ChatGPT is not offered here. TikTok's not offered here. There's like a lot of other examples that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but slowly that are sort of chipping away at just Hong Kong not having anything. But on the flip side, I guess the one like positive spot that I do see is there has been a really strong role for a long time of Hong Kong universities doing a lot of AI research and having lots of collaboration with Chinese universities and US universities. And so at least in academia in the open source domain, there is still that connective tissue that's happening through Hong Kong. And I personally hope that Hong Kong does find a way to kind of get out of this no man's land and continue to be the connective tissue on the commercial side. But unfortunately, we're just not seeing that right now.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, Karen. And that concludes the Q&A portion of today. Thank you again so much for all our panelists for your insights, and thank you for your time. Until next time, stay engaged, stay curious, and stay informed. Once again, this is the inaugural webinar on US-China Generative AI competition brought to you by the Center for China Analysis of Asia Society Policy Institute. I'm your moderator, Lizzie. Thank you so much for spending the hour with us. This is amazing. And please stay tuned for 2 additional sessions in this series. That's all for today. Thank you so much, and see you next time.